Chapter 1878. The 8th round of the finals. Yi Xingqian was finally matched against Ling Li. Why did he use the word finally? Because this was what Night Emperor had been dreaming of. During the galactic tournament, he wanted to torture Ling Li to avenge Li Tian. Unfortunately, he would beat him to it and eliminated him. If he could not forget, there would be repercussions. Today, he was finally matched against him in the finals. You hurt my fellow disciple. Yi Xingqian said coldly, I will make you understand that living is more painful than death. If this sentence came from Li Qingyang or the others, it would be threatening but lacking in power. However, when it came from Night Emperor, it sounded domineering and arrogant. Is that so? Ling Li's shoulders were still slumped as a sinister smile appeared on his face. This guy. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, he seems to have changed a lot compared to a few years ago. The system said, he's more brutal and ruthless. What a pity. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, he's met the equally brutal constellation. From the perspective of his previous life, Yi Xingqian was indeed more brutal. He never pitied living beings and did not care about the life and death of others. He only followed his own heart and acted in an extreme manner. Begin. After the announcement, the referee retreated as fast as he could. Boom. Boom. Just as he ran out, there was an explosion behind him. Ling Li attacked Yi Xingqian ferociously like a wild wolf. Because his moves were all big and wide, it was very pleasing to watch. As expected. Jun Changshao guessed correctly. Ling Li's strength had increased significantly in the past few years. From the explosive force of his moves, he had already stepped into the half-step divination stage. In the previous few rounds, he could not unleash his true combat strength because he repeatedly killed his opponents. Now that he was bombarding the arena, it shocked the audience. The Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son was very strong. Could the disciples of the Sect of all times compete with him? Not bad. The Sky Devil Emperor's eyes shone with a gratified glow. Among the foster sons he had raised, there were many who were older than Ling Li and had higher cultivations than him, but why did he choose him? It was because he was a moldable talent. My emperor's eyes are indeed sharp. That subordinate, who originally had doubts, immediately felt ashamed when he saw the energy erupting from Ling Li's every move. The other foster sons who had not been exterminated by the Sect of all times were speechless. Everyone had mocked and ridiculed them for not being able to win the galactic tournament. Little did they know that the other party was already so strong. Boom! Boom! Ling Li was like a wild wolf that had gone berserk. He poured his strength into his limbs and attacked Yi Xingqian in an almost unreasonable manner. He wasn't fighting, he was venting his anger. Especially when he thought of that unforgettable face and the bits and pieces of the past, the grief in his heart turned into an endless source of motivation. Mu Jin. You watch. I want to become the champion of the universe holy war, and all obstacles will be wiped out. His current strength came from his training in the demonic Abyss Valley, and even more from the death of his beloved. Love could warm a person, but it could also detonate a person. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. On the arena, the torrential rain of pear blossoms attacks dazzled everyone. Powerful auras erupted crazily, and the stone floor could not withstand it and cracked. Exciting. This is a real battle. The entire audience's eyes were locked on the arena. However, what puzzled them was that the disciple of the Sect of all times was passively defending, allowing the opponent to attack him without any intention of counterattacking. There was only one possibility. The opponent's attack speed was too fast, and there was no way to find an opening. If that was the case, it was only a matter of time before the disciple of the Sect of all times lost. When Li Tian and the others met with the Sky Devil Emperor's foster son, they all killed him cleanly. This shocked everyone and made them realize that the disciples of the Sect of all times were not ordinary. Now that Yi Xingqian was avoiding the battle and retreating, everyone realized that not all the disciples of the sect of all times were strong. There were still ordinary ones. Understanding. Any sect would have someone who would drag them down. Unfortunately, Night Emperor became the younger brother who was dragging the sect of all times down in the eyes of the audience. Boom! 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 Swift Li's attacks were even faster. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely lost his mind. Even so, he still controlled the situation perfectly, clearly planning to torture Yi Xingqian the same way he had tortured Li Tiantian. Die. That was too easy for the disciple of the sect of all times. He had to ruthlessly trample on him in front of his clothes. Boom! Another kick from Swift Li, thump. 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 Yi Xingqian retreated a few steps, his hand on his left shoulder that had been kicked. Troublesome. Jian Guixiu frowned. This kid might not be that guy's match. Gu Tianqing fell silent. The Sky Devil Emperor's foster son was indeed much stronger than he was in the galactic tournament, but Yi Xingqian should not be beaten to the point where he could not fight back. Devil Flame Kick. At this moment, Swift Li leaped into the air, and a majestic demonic aura gathered on his right foot. In an instant, he stepped in the air several times, forming solid footprints. Bam! 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 Yi Xingqian was hit repeatedly, and he staggered back to the edge of the arena. It's over. They're on a completely different level. Various experts made their judgments based on the current situation. Swoosh! Swift Li landed on the ground and said coldly, "Why didn't you fight back?" He had fought with the disciple of the sect of all times several times, and he did not think that the other party would not be able to dodge his attacks. Because, Yi Xingqian raised his head slightly, and a demon-like face appeared. He said, "I can only judge how to make your life worse than death when I feel the pain of my fellow disciples being trampled on." Everyone was speechless. That guy obviously could not dodge, right? Was he trying to give himself a way out? Did you feel it? I felt it. Yi Xingqian shook his shoulder, and then his head. According to the law, as long as he did this kind of action, he would have to be serious. But just as he was shaking his head, Swift Li kicked him in the neck, forcing him to take a step back, and his head and body tilted to the side. His imagination was limited, and he could only refer to the scene of Master Xing kicking Fire Cloud Evil God in Kung Fu. It hurts a lot more. Yi Xingqian slowly straightened his body, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swift Li's eyes flashed with anger, and then he withdrew his foot, jumped into the air, and did 3.5 rounds of Thomas. Endless anger, killing intent, and devil chi burst out and completely shrouded his body. Heavenly Demon Seal. The other adopted sons were shocked. This was one of the most powerful martial arts of their adoptive father, and that guy had comprehended it. The subordinates standing next to the Heavenly Demon Emperor were also shocked, and they said in their hearts, "No wonder our emperor thinks so highly of him." Not bad. The Heavenly Demon Emperor nodded with relief. Whoosh! 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 Swift Li was doing Thomas in the air, and the devil chi was gathering more and more, and it caused an extremely strong wind. Yi Xingqian stood in place, his hair messed up and his face distorted. Die! At this moment, the devil chi around him suddenly exploded, and the power all over the sky gathered on Swift Li's right foot, and with the power to tear space, it roared and pressed forward. The Heavenly Demon Seal was not a foot technique. His intention was obvious. He wanted to kick the disciple of the sect of all times to the ground in front of everyone. Whoosh! 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 The special effects were fully activated, and the explosive right foot dragged a monstrous devil chi, like a meteor cutting through the sky, until it was a few inches away from his neck. Suddenly, it was grabbed by a hand. Who? Yi Xingqian. He grabbed Swift Li's ankle with his right hand and said, "Your performance ends here." Damn it! Swift Li was furious, and then he immediately transferred the power to his other foot, and then he turned his body and pressed down again. Smack! Yi Xingqian grabbed his ankle with his left hand again. At that moment, he stood on the arena, clamping Swift Li's feet with both hands, and the other party was suspended in midair. The scene seemed to be frozen. Swift Li's eyes were filled with anger and shock. He had used the martial arts taught by his adoptive father, and should have finished him off in one go, but why was he so easily restrained? At that moment, Swift Li discovered through his limited vision that the strange aura behind that guy gradually condensed into a figure riding a tall horse, which seemed both real and illusory. Wu Xingqian clamped Swift Li's feet tightly, and then he smashed into the ground with a very beautiful back throw. Boom! Boom! The sound of an earthquake and mountains shaking sounded in the arena. The warriors sitting on the spectator stand all stood up, and they looked at the shaking buildings in horror, afraid that they would collapse at any time. Boom! 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 The arena was shaking, the arena was shaking, the city was shaking, and the plain was shaking. Occasionally, there would be a day. In the arena of the universe sacred war in the heavenly Luo realm. Jun Changshao and the heavenly demon emperor were dancing side by side, attracting the attention of passers-by. They turned around and faced each other, and everything happened coincidentally at that moment. The two men met on this day, and they danced the dance that was destined to happen. Jun Changshao, wow, there's such a good show. Heavenly demon emperor, wow, there's such a good show. Chapter 1879. The entire venue was shaking. Everyone was so shaken that they almost started dancing. Why? Because Yi Xingqian was grabbing Ling Li's legs and punching him from left to right to left, shaking the ground and affecting the nearby buildings. Although the audience was worried that the arena would suddenly collapse, they couldn't help but look at the arena. They looked at the man who had the strength to pick up a mountain. The more they looked, the more engrossed they became. There were many ways to abuse others, but most of them were related to punching and kicking. Yi Xingqian was grabbing Ling Li's legs and punching him from both sides. It was really a violent aesthetic. Especially the sound. Boom! Boom! Listen, are the punches hitting the flesh? Listen again, are the flesh hitting the ground? It was really wonderful, like the sound of nature, making people feel refreshed. Everyone's souls gradually drifted away with the sound of Ling Li hitting the floor and rubbing against the soil. Then, they couldn't help but shake their shoulders. Wow! They danced so well. On the floating arena, the anger in the celestial devil emperor's eyes slowly increased. He couldn't accept that his most important foster son was being played by a disciple of the sect of all times. Boom! Suddenly, another sound came from the arena. The audience who were dancing in the distance withdrew their souls and looked over. On the collapsed arena, Ling Li was lying in a deep pit with his legs on the ground. The clothes he was wearing were torn from the friction. Thud! Yi Xingqian squatted down, grabbed Ling Li's hair with one hand, and lifted his head. Are you comfortable? Ling Li, whose face was covered in blood, was silent. The violent collision had damaged his meridians. Don't worry. Yi Xingqian dragged him out of the pit by his hair like a dead dog. Then, he lifted him up in front of everyone and said coldly, your performance is over. Mine has just begun. Bang! After that, he kicked Ling Li into the sky. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked over, only to see that guy arching his back and flying into the clouds. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the stage, Yi Xingqian spread out his arms and gathered a powerful energy between his palms. Could it be, while some people were guessing, they saw streams of cannonballs exploding from the bottom to the top. Pang pang pang. Pang pang pang. Swift Reaper, who had flown to the highest point and was about to fall, was suddenly hit by the streamer cannonballs one after another. His entire body was instantly sent flying even higher, leaving dents of varying degrees on his body. The pallbearers, who were hidden in the dark, put on their sunglasses and suits, ready to welcome the upcoming business. This is too ruthless. Some of the audience couldn't stand it anymore. Based on the current situation, Yi Xingqian clearly had the absolute advantage. He could have easily killed Yi Xingqian, but Yi Xingqian did not kill him. Instead, Yi Xingqian ravaged Yi Xingqian in public. Boom! Just at this moment, Lingli fell from the sky onto the stage like a pile of mud. At this moment, he was covered in wounds. However, Yi Xingqian had used just the right amount of strength when he attacked. He had even calculated the damage he would cause when he landed. That was why Lingli was in a heavily injured state, but his life was not in danger. Dear old friends, please put your expertise into the comments. Thud. Yi Xingqian walked over, picked Lingli up again, and kicked him into the sky again. Reader, if you have the ability, torture him for an entire chapter. We don't lack money. Whoosh. Pang pang pang. Boom. Under the repeated beatings, Lingli flew up one moment and fell the next. The audience's eyes moved up and down. Their initial excitement gradually turned into boredom. Everyone liked to watch violent aesthetics, but they would eventually get tired of it. Half an hour later, Lingli was once again sunk into the stage. He was still alive and could think. He could clearly feel the pain from every inch of his skin and every muscle. Awesome! Li Tiankong roared. A few years ago, Big's senior sister and He Wudi had tortured Lingli in the interstellar tournament, which could be considered as helping him take revenge. However, it was still a little lacking. Today, Big's senior brother Yi had made up for it completely. It was a real Pang. Yi Xingqian walked over again. He lifted his foot and stepped on the back of Ling Li's head. He said coldly, "If you met me in the interstellar tournament, you wouldn't have the courage to stand here. My Night Emperor." He was still arrogant. Ling Li, whose face was buried in the pit, did not move. However, his bruised hands were tightly clenched. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. With the goal of winning the championship, he went to the Canyon Major. In the end, he barely made it to the finals. Because of this, he lost the trust of his adoptive father, suffered the ridicule of his adoptive brothers, and even lost the love of his heart. He was unwilling. How could he be willing? Huff. Huff. Ling Li, who was under his foot, emitted a majestic aura. This made Yi Xingqian stunned. I have tortured him thousands of times. How can he still release his aura? Something is up. Pa. Pa. Ling Li's hands supported himself on the ground. He slowly raised his head against Yi Xingqian's foot. His ferocious face was filled with murderous intent. He said, "What I have experienced all these years is thousands of times more painful than being kicked around by you." This sentence contained a complex emotion. Jun Changshao caught it. He held his chin and said, "He must have a story that no one knows." Story, story. The system could not take it anymore and roared, "You met all of them." And then Yi Xingqian retracted his foot. Huff. Ling Li stood up shakily. He struggled to stand straight. His hands were hanging by his side. His face was covered in blood and bruises. He looked even more like a zombie. "I failed once and lost everything," Ling Li said with his head lowered. He did not win the championship of the Canyon Major Interstellar Tournament. The death of the person he loved drove him completely crazy. He even volunteered to go to the demonic Abyss Valley to experience unimaginable training. In the end, he was sublimated in anger and broke through to the half-step Fecta realm. No words could describe how terrifying the training Ling Li experienced when he was cultivating in the demonic Abyss Valley. Yi Xingqian's torture was terrifying, right? No. It was nothing. Therefore, even though he was seriously injured, Ling Li did not fall. Because the determination in his heart was still motivating him. Because the girl in the sky was still waiting for him to win the championship. This time. I won't lose. I can't lose. Ling Li tore off the tattered clothes on his body. His chest and back were full of wounds. These were not caused by Yi Xingqian. They had been there since he was young. They were the best proof that he was able to survive. Huff huff. Huff huff. Blood-colored lines spread out. This is troublesome. Jian Guishu said, this kid has awakened the heavenly devil emperor bloodline. Gu Tianqing frowned. In the interstellar tournament, that guy had awakened it. Although he was still defeated by He Wudi in seconds. However, this time was different from the last time. It was obvious that Ling Li's strength was much stronger than before. Moreover, from the anger and killing intent that spread out, as well as the complicated emotions that appeared in his eyes, one could infer that he must have experienced something in the past few years. Yi Xingqian's gaze gradually turned serious. What he cared about was not the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Ling Li, but the graceful figure standing in the distance from the corner of his eyes. However, when he looked at it seriously, the figure disappeared into thin air, as if it was an illusion. The champion of the finals, Ling Li activated his bloodline to the extreme and roared, "It's mine." Boom! Yi Xingqian suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the chest. It was very powerful, without any ink. Ling Li widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and flew out of the arena like a cannonball. He crashed into the edge of the wall and his head slowly fell down. He fainted on the spot. The entire venue was silent. Swish! Yi Xingqian did not wait for the referee to announce the victory and rushed out of the arena. When he arrived at the place where the graceful figure had disappeared, he saw that the other party was gradually disappearing around the corner. Thus, he shouted with a cold gaze, "Stop right there." The figure stopped. The two of them were dozens of feet apart from each other. Several cameras moved over at the same time. Could it be? Su Xiaomao looked at the figure on the light screen and said in surprise, "The champion of the Shanghai Galaxy is really the Jia Lingyao that junior brother Yi knows?" Chapter 1880. The battle between Yi Xingqian and Ling Li had been ravaged crazily in the beginning, but suddenly ended with a KO and elimination. The referee was stunned. According to his judgment of the situation, he thought that the battle would continue for a while, but it was over. Jian Guishu, Gu Tianqing, and the other experts were dumbfounded. Ling Li had activated his demonic emperor bloodline. According to the rules, there would definitely be an extremely fierce battle. Yes. No matter if it was the main or the villain, as long as one side used their trump card, the battle would definitely continue. But, at the crucial moment, Yi Xingqian saw a familiar figure. In order to quickly chase, he chose to cleanly defeat his opponent. Plop! Ling Li fell from the sunken wall to the ground. Because he fainted, the special lines that appeared disappeared. He didn't want to lose, he couldn't lose. But he still lost. This was reality. In anime, protagonists or villains could still rely on roaring to increase their damage, but in fantasy novels, no matter how you used your trump card, if you were stronger than you would still have to lie down. Bang! On the floating platform, the tables and chairs exploded. Demonic Emperor raised his hand, his eyes flashing with anger. Seeing his favorite adopted son lose to a disciple of the sect of all times, the anger in his body could no longer be suppressed. The big shots sitting at the side all stood up, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Demonic Emperor. An old man representing the organizer gathered his courage and said, "This is the universe sacred war, don't be rash." Someone agreed, "Whatever grudges you have, wait until the sacred war is over." Humph! Demonic Emperor retracted his hand and said coldly, "Winner takes all, you must accept your loss. Do you still need to teach this emperor? Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief. They could tell from demonic emperor's words that he wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. This was for the best, for the best. But, the sect of all times was fierce enough. They consecutively killed and defeated demonic emperor's adopted son. Good. A grudge was definitely formed. Who knew how demonic emperor would retaliate after the universe sacred war was over? When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but worry about the sect of all times. They even guessed that they might not be able to leave the heavenly net world safely. Jun Changshao didn't think too much about this problem because he was looking at the screen like his disciple. He looked at the graceful figure on the screen and thought to himself, the two of them still met. At this moment, the audience was also looking at the screen. They did not understand why Yi Xingqian had suddenly sent Ling Li flying or why he had suddenly rushed out to stop the woman. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the petite and graceful figure turned around. An elegant and refined face, perfectly proportioned facial features, and eyes filled with resentment. That was right. Jia Lingyao. Yi Xingqian felt an indescribable pain in his heart when he saw the face that he could not get rid of in his sea of consciousness. It was as if he had been pricked by a needle. You didn't expect that, did you? Jia Lingyao sneered, we will meet in the Universe Holy War Finals. Yi Xingqian suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and said coldly, I shouldn't have let you live. All these years. It's about that. Night Emperor could never forget. Later, he blamed himself for being soft-hearted. If he had killed her, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. Yi Xingqian. Jia Lingyao looked at him hatefully and said while gritting her teeth, since the day you bullied me, I was already a dead person. As soon as she said this, everyone understood. The warriors present had all lived for thousands of years. When they heard the word bully, they immediately understood. Moreover, it was normal for young people to have love and hate. Who hadn't rushed in the same river in the past? Since you're dead. Yi Xingqian said indifferently, why do you still want to come? Because. The resentment in Jia Lingyao's eyes became angrier. Her voice was hoarse as she said, I want to kill you in the Universe Holy War Finals with my own hands. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, when will love and hate stop? Kill me. Yi Xingqian said coldly, are you worthy? These words were very Gousheng. The dead should lie in the cemetery and not come out to make a fool of themselves. Yi Xingqian turned and left. He just wanted to confirm the identity of the figure, and now he got the answer. However, when he saw Jia Lingyao's resentful eyes, the memories of the past occupied his mind and mind. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. If Ling Li was still standing on the stage at this time, Yi Xingqian would definitely rush up and put all the frustration and anger in his heart into his fist to show everyone the most tragic violence. So angry. So painful. I really want to beat someone up. Junior brother. At this moment, Su Xiaomo walked over and whispered, women need to be coaxed. Yi Xingqian looked at him, unable to suppress his anger. Seeing this, Su Xiaomo felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly turned away. Shua. Yi Xingqian grabbed his shoulders with both hands and directly threw him over his shoulder. Then, he rode on top of him and began to bombard him with torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Every punch hit the flesh, and every punch was explosive. Let me clarify here that Yi Xingqian was not targeting Su Xiaomo. He was just extremely frustrated, and the other party took the initiative to come over. Sigh. Li Fei shook his head and thought to himself, senior brother Su must know that junior brother Yi is very frustrated, so he took the initiative to be a punching bag to let him vent his anger. A moment later. Yi Xingqian stopped. Su Xiaomo lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He curled his legs and spread his hands, saying, since you're my junior brother, I won't argue with you. But don't think that I can't beat you. Bang! Yi Xingqian rushed over and punched him hard in the face. Then, he took a deep breath and said, I feel good. He felt good. Su Xiaomo was in pain. It did not matter. To be able to transfer his junior brother's pain to himself was the greatest responsibility as a senior brother. Participant number 9, can you still fight? The referee asked. Yes. Su Xiaomo covered his face and stood up. Then hurry up and go on stage, or it will be counted as a forfeit. The referee urged. All right. Su Xiaomo followed the array and entered the stage. Then, he defeated his opponent with a big bump on his head and smoothly entered the next round. The 8th round of the competition continued. Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji and the others met with the godson of the heavenly devil emperor one after another, and in the end, they killed him without any accident. Indeed. These people all had a tragic childhood, but they had already been tamed into cruel wild wolves, so Jun Changxiao's intention was to get rid of them if possible, lest they help the evildoer. Not long after. The 8th round was over. There were only 64 contestants left on the martial arts arena. Among them, the disciples of the sect of all times took up 20 spots, the godson of the heavenly devil emperor took up 30 spots, and the rest were top geniuses from other galaxies who did not deserve to be named. Based on the performance of the contestants in the previous rounds, most of the audience believed that the disciples of the sect of all times would win the championship without any suspense. He was able to insta-kill or win at the slightest provocation. He was simply incomprehensibly strong. The 9th round. The referee announced in a clear voice, draw lots. The disciples of the sect of all times, led by Lu Qianxian, once again drew lots. Yi Xingqian drew number 1, which meant that he would be the first to fight in the 9th round. Contestants, please enter the martial arts arena. Schwa. As soon as the referee opened his mouth, Yi Xingqian walked over. When he was teleported to the martial arts arena and saw that his opponent was Jia Lingyao, his whole face instantly fell. Fuck. Jun Changxiao stood up and shouted, did you arrange this on purpose? Jun Patriarch. The organizer standing in the distance solemnly said, the purpose of the universe sacred war is to never be impulsive and never miss any battle. The referee will definitely be fair and beautiful. Please do not have any doubts. Chapter 1881. Yi Xingqian and Jia Lingyao had just put on a show of love and hate on the screen, and the next round was immediately matched. This made Jun Changxiao feel that it was deliberately arranged. The answer given by the organizer was very simple. The universe sacred battle was absolutely fair and there was no underhanded manipulation. Jun Changxiao obviously didn't believe it, so he argued with the organizer. In the end, before he could finish, he was pulled out by a few friendly brothers. The reason was that he was disturbing the normal progress of the competition. There's a conspiracy. Goshen kicked and scratched in the air as he roared, there must be something going on behind the scenes. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing turned their faces and said in unison, how embarrassing, we don't know him. Back to the arena. Yi Xingqian shrugged and said, it seems that the heavens want to give me another chance to make up for my mistakes. Junior brother Yi, are you enlightened? Su Xiaomo said, are you going to take responsibility for this woman? Thinking too much. Yi Xingqian's mistake was that he didn't kill this woman at that time. Today, they met again, so he definitely wouldn't be merciful. He had to cut off his inner demons and all distracting thoughts. Bang! The sky halberd appeared in front of him. He didn't use a weapon when he was with Xia Lingli. Now that he took it out, it was obvious that he wanted to kill. Buzz! Light flashed in Jia Lingyao's hand, and a 7-foot-long sword appeared. From the beginning to the end, her eyes were filled with hatred, and the more she looked at Yi Xingqian, the more intense it became. He saved her. The two of them should have a harmonious relationship. But in the cave, he made a mistake and turned their kindness into hatred. The match begins. The referee announced. Schwa. Yixingchen grabbed the sky halberd and rushed over. Whether it was his aura or his energy, he was much stronger than Xiaolingli. Without a doubt. He was going to kill. Su Xiaoma shook his head and said, I'm afraid only junior brother Yi can do such a thing. Swish. Jia Lingyao was filled with hatred as she brandished her sword. Jia Lingyao staggered back a few steps. Ignoring the numbness in her arm, she nimbly dodged to the side. Boom! Just as he dodged, the heavenly halberd came crashing down, smashing a small portion of the stage into pieces. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces. That's too cruel. That's just a woman. Night Emperor's lack of compassion for the fairer sex immediately caused the majority of the audience to be dissatisfied. Dang dang dang. Jia Lingyao dodged with difficulty and stood firmly at the edge of the stage. Although her eyes were filled with hatred, her heart was filled with bitterness. She had grown a lot over the years. He had even become the champion of the Blue Sea Major competition. However, compared to this man, the gap between them seemed to be even greater. Schwa. Yixingchen brandished his Fangtian halberd and swept it over with a powerful force. Facing such an attack, Jia Lingyao could only barely dodge with her nimble movement technique. She couldn't find an opening to counterattack at all. Boom! Boom! Yixingchen was like a bulldozer, waving his Fangtian halberd as he pressed forward step by step. Wherever he passed, the floor cracked and dust flew. Jia Lingyao was forced to retreat again and again until she had nowhere to go. She quickly formed a barrier with both hands and said hatefully, "Indestructible fire domain." Hum. Hum. On the relatively intact stage, where she had retreated before, crimson lines gradually appeared. It turned out. This woman hid a secret behind every step she took. Look at the sky. Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and discovered that there were similar crimson lines in the air that were similar to the ones on the ground. They gradually formed a lotus-like pattern. It should be a long-lost fire-type ability, Jian Guishu said. I've heard of it. Gu Tianqing said, a top fire elementalist appeared in the sea department back then. Could it be that the ability is related to him? Jun Changshao heard their words and actions, so he leaned back in his chair and held his chin. Could it be that this woman's strength is not only related to the resources I gave her, but also some kind of great opportunity outside? Wait. Wasn't he carried out? Why did he come back? The crimson pattern in the air was completed and resonated with the pattern on the stage. One turned clockwise while the other turned counterclockwise. Swish swish swish. In an instant, streaks of flames carrying scorching heat waves fell down rapidly. Yixingchen sneered and said, insignificant skill. Schwa. He swung his Fangtian halberd with one arm and directly dispelled all the flames that pressed down. Then, he quickly turned around and stabbed at Jia Lingyao. However, that woman had already disappeared. Yixingchen put away his halberd and looked up. He saw Jia Lingyao in the center of the pattern, her hands casually spread out, and scorching flames instantly lingered over. Buzz buzz. The rotation of the two patterns increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Stronger and stronger flames filled the air and shrouded Jia Lingyao. Then, she moved her hands to Yixingchen's position and said coldly, Eternal fire domain, burn eternity. Jun Changshao was depressed. This name was too infuriating. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the flames that pervaded Jia Lingyao's body fell from the sky like a waterfall. The scorching power instantly shattered the space and shook the defensive enchantment in front of the spectator stand, causing the surface to distort. Hurry up and reinforce. The organizer ordered. In an instant, dozens of array masters flew over and reinforced the enchantment around the spectator stand with professional methods. The defensive level rose steadily. Logically speaking, the audience should be afraid. However, when the organizer reinforced the enchantment, no one looked over because their attention was focused on the scene that was like a sea of fire. Ta! Yixingchen took a step forward. The moment the flames pressed down, the Fangtian halberd pierced through the void and pierced over. Boom! The tip of the halberd and the flames violently collided, instantly forming a confrontation. Whoosh whoosh! The scorching flames crazily attacked like a ferocious tiger, but it was still unable to break through the thick defensive line of the Fangtian halberd. Is that all you can do? Yixingchen said lightly. Jia Lingyao desperately mobilized the energy in the pattern, but every time she injected it into the sea of fire, she could not break through. It was as if the person standing below was not a person but a firewall. A strong opponent can make my blood boil, Yixingchen raised one foot and said, a weak opponent will only make me feel bored. So, the battle ends here. Boom! Yixingchen stomped on the ground, and a powerful force spread in all directions. The entire arena instantly collapsed into powder, and the remaining red patterns also turned into nothingness. Without the corresponding patterns, the clockwise rotating patterns in the sky came to an abrupt stop and then turned into pieces of flames and dissipated. Puff! Jia Lingyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire face was extremely pale. However, Yixingchen did not only want to break the array. At this moment, he had already flown up from below. The power filled with killing intent poured into the Fangtian halberd, and a dazzling luster appeared. This attack. Jia Lingyao would definitely die. Damn! Su Xiaomua said in shock, Junior brother Yi, are you really going to kill your wife to prove your Dao? Xiao Ziji and the others turned their heads. Patriarch. Li Qingyang looked at Jun Changshao. At this time, only the Patriarch could stop Yixingchen. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, the grudges between them should be settled by themselves. Whoosh! Yixingchen, who was carrying a torrential qi wave, quickly flew up, and the killing intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Jia Lingyao. The audience turned their heads, not daring to look at the cruel scene that was about to happen. Jia Lingyao was already injured when her supernatural power was broken. She looked at the dazzling luster getting closer and closer, and a smile of relief appeared on her pale face. Then, she dispersed the remaining power in her palms. Die! Yixingchen roared, and the Fangtian halberd pierced through the void. The surrounding energy could even pierce through the space barrier of the Tianluo realm, let alone kill an injured woman. However, just at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Ga. The Fangtian halberd was only a few fingers away from Jia Lingyao. Yixingchen suddenly dispersed all the power, and his entire body seemed to be struck by lightning as he stood there in a daze. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Jun Changshao stuck his head out and gradually narrowed his eyes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were the same. Until they clearly saw that although Yixingchen stood in the void with a blank expression, he was still staring at Jia Lingyao's stomach. They suddenly understood something and shouted in unison, no way. How loud was their voice? It shook the entire Tianluo realm. The biggest credit for this was given to Jun Changshao, because he had used a loudspeaker to shout it out. Chapter 1882. Jia Lingyao realized that the gap between her and Yixingchen was too big, so she gave up on resisting and dissipated her remaining power, facing death calmly. Participating in the Universe Holy War Finals, she held the mentality that it was either you die or I die. At this time, if Jia Lingyao had the chance to speak, it would definitely be Yixingchen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ga. Yixingchen, who was charging over with explosive power, suddenly stopped halfway. His eyes were still staring at the woman's stomach, as if he had been struck by lightning and turned into a retard. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing frowned slightly. The two quickly felt a fluctuation in the air, so they said in unison, "Fetal energy?" That's right. It was fetal energy. At their level, it was too easy to determine whether a woman was pregnant or not. Yi Xingqian naturally felt it too, and he even felt a strong sense of familiarity, just like, blood was thicker than water. In his previous life, although Night Emperor was not popular and arrogant, he had experienced a lot, so he immediately guessed that this woman's child could be, Suddenly, Night Emperor's mind seemed to explode. He threw away the halberd in his hand, held his head, and screamed in pain. Pucci, a dagger was suddenly stabbed into his chest. The intense pain woke Yi Xingqian up instantly, and he slowly lowered his head to look at Jia Lingyao standing beside him. This scene was familiar. In his previous life, he was plotted against by Empress Lingyao in the same way. Jia Lingyao's black hair was messy, her face was pale, and she gripped the dagger tightly with one hand, squeezing out a crazy smile with difficulty. He had taken his revenge. Finally revenge. Huff huff. Yi Xingqian raised his hand in anger. He had experienced the same thing twice, unforgivable, unforgivable, she must die. The memories of the past occupied his mind, causing Night Emperor to go completely berserk, and he gathered destructive power in his hand and blasted it toward Jia Lingyao. It's over. Su Xiaomo broke down. Junior brother Yi not only wants to kill his wife, but also his son. Jun Changshao furrowed his brows. At this moment, he was considering whether or not to rush into the arena and save Jia Lingyao. Admittedly, that woman had stabbed Yi Xingqian, but with this disciple's cultivation, he would at most be injured. If he hadn't acted quickly to save him, the end result would have been 2 lives. Save. He had to be saved. The child was innocent. Pa. Jun Changshao stood up and was about to make a move when he saw Yi Xingqian's palm suddenly stop just as it was about to land. He had gone mad. He had gone berserk. However, the closer he got to the woman, the more he could feel the baby's aura. The more he could feel that blood was thicker than water. His remaining reason forced him to stop. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Jun Changshao sat down and thought to himself, let alone people. Kill me. Jia Lingyao glared at Yi Xingqian, her eyes filled with hatred. Kill me. She wasn't relying on the fact that she had a child in her belly. She was really going to die with a creature that shouldn't have been born. She was pregnant. How could Jia Lingyao not know? She had once planned to kill it in her belly, but in the end, she couldn't do it. She could only forcefully suppress it with her spiritual energy and even prevent it from developing normally. Counting the time, it had been almost 10 years since that incident happened. The baby had been suppressed for 10 years. If Jia Lingyao hadn't given up resisting just now, it would have been difficult to detect the baby's aura. Since the experts in the world of martial arts could fly, it was naturally easy to suppress the growth of the baby. So, don't complain that Night Emperor was green or that Super Neza was green. If you want to say something, say that Go Sheng was green. Pucci. Pucci. Taking advantage of Yi Xingqian's hesitation, Jia Lingyao stabbed him several times. 2 words, satisfying. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Too ruthless. Swish. Yi Xingqian raised his hand and grabbed Jia Lingyao's wrist. Without any explanation, he flew her out of the arena and landed outside the venue. The referee was stunned. According to the rules of the Universe Holy War Finals, if one side left the arena, they would lose. Now that 2 contestants left together, what should they say? Both sides have left the arena. At this time, the organizer announced loudly, this battle is decided as a forfeit. This sentence meant that there was no winner and no loser. Yi Xingqian didn't care about the outcome. He dragged Jia Lingyao out of the venue and transmitted his voice to Jun Changshao, Patriarch, I have a private matter to deal with. Go. Jun Changshao said. After a while, he added, since it's a private matter, it should be handled properly. I understand. Yi Xingqian dragged Jia Lingyao out of the venue. Because the woman was restrained and injured, she could only weakly resist on the way. Because her movements were too big, she didn't care about the baby's aura at all. She didn't care. Yi Xingqian cared. He pulled her over and carried her in a princess hug. If anything happens to the baby, I'll make you wish you were dead. Sizzle. Blood spurted out from the wound on his chest, splattering Jia Lingyao's face. The first battle of the 9th round ended. Because Yi Xingqian and Jia Lingyao flew out together, no one advanced in this round. The sect of all times finally has a disciple eliminated. I didn't expect it to be that Yi Xingqian. Everyone discussed in low voices. The disciples of the sect of all times performed very well, but only one person was the champion in the end. Therefore, many people thought highly of Yi Xingqian, but they didn't expect him to be eliminated in such a way. He Wudi is still the most reliable. He should be the champion of this year's competition. Because of Yi Xingqian's elimination, everyone's eyes were fixed on He Wudi. After all, no matter who his opponent was, from the beginning until now, he had performed very calmly. It was obvious that he had the potential to become the champion. He Wudi was very depressed that he was the center of attention. In fact, at the beginning, he thought that if he met Yi Xingqian in the competition, he would deliberately admit defeat and let him become the champion. Now, it seemed that he had to choose another target. Who should he choose? He Wudi thought carefully and locked his eyes on the eldest senior sister. She'll be the one. Everyone else was thinking about how to become the champion, but he was thinking about how to lose. His mentality was indeed different. The battle continued. Gu Tianqing watched the battle and asked telepathically, Jun Patriarch, what's the situation with your disciple? Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, 10 years ago, Miss Xingqian and Miss Jia met in the Sky Spill domain. Then, they had an indescribable relationship. And then, she's pregnant? Gu Tianqing asked. Yes. Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianqing was silent, and the corners of his eyes instantly moistened. In the past, in order to continue the Gu family's bloodline, he had traveled to various galaxies and searched for countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After 10,000 years of hard work, he had finally succeeded in sowing them. Now, compared to Yi Xingqian, it was definitely a fatal blow. Sigh. Su Xiaomao said bitterly, I'm not as good as junior brother Yi in this aspect. As the first disciple of the sect to leave the single life, it was too sad that Yi Xingqian had taken the first step to have a crystal. According to seniority. Li Qingyang was thinking, junior brother Ye's child has to call us martial uncle. When the time comes, we must prepare a generous gift. His fellow disciples were all thinking. When Night Emperor's child was born, not only did they have to give him a portion, they also had to give him a gift. However, at this moment, Jun Changshao was exceptionally calm. He clasped his fingers together and said with a serious gaze, doesn't this correspond to the future that Xingqian saw? Could it be that because of that woman and the child in her womb, my disciple will eventually leave the sect of all times? Chapter 1883. That's not right. Jun Changshao said, there's definitely a problem. He already knew about the future that Yi Xingqian had seen. Now that Jia Lingyao was pregnant, it was very likely that this was the opportunity for his disciple to leave. This also meant that the scene in the cave foretold the future. It also predicted that Yi Xingqian would leave the sect of all times one day. Who left it behind? To be able to see the future, this power was very terrifying. Suddenly, Jun Changshao looked at his surroundings warily. He even felt as if his every move was being secretly observed. You're thinking too much. The system said, since the scene in the future is related to Yixingchen, why would they be so free to monitor you? Jun Changshao was silent. The host should be more concerned about whether Yixingchen will leave the sect of all times for the child, the system said. Yes. Jun Changshao said, will he leave? If he follows the plot given by the cave illusion, he should leave, the system said. The choice is in Xingchen's hands, Jun Changshao said, if he stays, then he stays. If he leaves, then I won't force him. There was no denying it. Yixingchen was one of the core disciples of the sect. Jun Changshao naturally hoped that he could stay and assist him in building his empire. But in front of family, if he really wanted to leave with his wife and child, he would definitely not ask him to stay. He would even personally send him out to respect his choice. Of course. This departure was definitely not to leave the sect. Jun Changshao would retain Yixingchen's identity as a disciple. For example, Su Xiaoma and Xia Shuiyun would leave to live the lives they wanted. Boom! Boom! On the arena, the fierce battle was in full swing. Lu Qianqian and the others won without any surprise. As for the Sky Devil Emperor's adopted son, as long as he was matched with the sect of all times, he would either die or be injured. Why didn't they all die? This was because after Ling Li's defeat, the Sky Devil Emperor had ordered his remaining foster sons to try their best to survive if they encountered any disciples of the sect of all times. To put it bluntly, don't expect to win the championship. Think about surviving first. These foster sons of Sky Devil Emperor were all carefully selected, and they had a lot of room for growth in the future. If they all died in the Universe Sacred War, it would be a huge loss. Boom on the stage, He Wudi punched out. Dang dang dang. Ling Tian, who the Heavenly Devil Realm had placed their hopes on, staggered backwards before falling down in an extremely exaggerated manner. He Wudi was speechless. I didn't even use much strength, so how did he roll down? Disciple of the sect of all times, He Wudi, wins. The referee announced loudly. The audience shook their heads. It could be seen that Ling Tian, the adopted son of the Celestial Devil Emperor, had purposely been thrown off the stage as soon as he stepped onto the stage. His adopted son admitted defeat. It was equivalent to the Celestial Devil Emperor admitting defeat. Boring. Jun Changshao shook his head. Even this villain's adopted son had started to learn how to act, so the Universe Sacred War finals were naturally no longer interesting. The championship is already in my bag. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, his eyes burning, just wait for the main mission to be completed. The Universe Sacred War was the highest level competition in the upper universe. The disciples relied on their strength to defeat the geniuses of various factions and obtain the championship. This was a symbol of strength, a symbol of dominance. At least 1000% completion. Pfft. The system couldn't help but laugh out loud. 1000% he was dreaming. Don't laugh. Let me deduce for you. Jun Changshao said, so many of Sky Devil Emperor's adopted sons were killed by my disciple. Do you think he will let me go? He won't. The system said, he might come after the competition. Can I fight against him now? No. Since I can't fight against him, and I killed so many of his adopted sons and completely detonated him, why would the author purposely set up such a desperate situation for me? The system said, what are you trying to say? Very simple. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands together, and vowed, this time, my disciple has won the championship and completed the main mission. My realm will break through and I will be qualified to challenge Sky Devil Emperor. This is the author's true intention. The system was silent for a while, then said, that might be possible. Rich and Noble Inn. The place where Jun Changshao and the others were temporarily staying. Creak. A guest room was pushed open. Yixingchen carried Jia Lingyao in, blood was still spurting out, but he ignored it, showing what a real man is. Dear guest. The waiter stood outside the door, looking at the blood on the ground, weakly asked, "Do you really not need to bandage it?" Scram. "All right." The waiter tactfully left. Yi Xingqian walked to the bed, put down the already unconscious Jia Lingyao, then stood there. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. This woman, she had repeatedly disturbed his state of mind. Now that there was such a good opportunity, why not kill her? Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian raised his hand, surrounded by the power of true spirit, and slapped down. He had clearly made up his mind to get rid of future troubles, but when he was about to touch, he suddenly became soft-hearted. Not only did he not slap down, but he also approached the belly, feeling the fetal qi. Thump. Thump. It was as if the heart was beating slowly. The closer he was to feel the fetal qi, the more the arrogant Yi Xingqian gradually melted, and a trace of gentleness appeared in his fierce eyes. No. It was not gentleness. It was more like a father inadvertently showing his affection. Yi Xingqian just stood there, his palm on Jia Lingyao's belly, and even felt that the rhythm of the fetal qi was a little unusual, and he would be very nervous. Thump. 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 The rhythm of the fetal qi became rapid. Yi Xingqian suddenly panicked, and because he did not know what to do, he stood there like a fool. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open. The top medical team of the medical hall quickly came to the bed. They all put on masks, took out all kinds of professional medical equipment, and said, "Senior Brother Yi, we are here on the Patriarch's order to examine sister-in-law. Please leave quickly." Go Sheng was still the most attentive. Although he was still watching the competition, he sent a medical team in time. In particular, they were all female disciples. Okay. Yi Xingqian hurriedly left and stood outside the door, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and because of excessive bleeding, his eyelids suddenly rolled back and he fainted. Yi Xingqian opened his eyes in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered that he should be outside the guest room. Why was he lying on the bed? He hurriedly got up. "Senior Brother Yi." Sun Bukong hurriedly held him down and said, "You have lost too much blood, you need to stay in bed and rest." Yi Xingqian realized that he was in the ward of the medical hall, so he said with difficulty, "That woman, she is fine." Sun Bukong said, "The child is also fine." Hearing this, Yi Xingqian lay down obediently and said, "How long have I been unconscious?" 3 days. Sun Bukong replied. "So long." Yi Xingqian hurriedly asked, "Is the universe holy war over?" "Yes, it's over." "Who won?" Junior brother He jumped off the arena one step slower than senior sister in the finals and won the championship of the 11th Universe Holy War. Yi Xingqian was not surprised by this result. However, the reader was very surprised. You fainted, and the competition ended under Sun Bukong's command. I have book coins, I can't afford to look down on anyone. Chapter 1884. Boom. On the Sect of All Time's main peak's training field, He Wudi put down the heavy bronze cauldron. What's this? The disciples all gathered around. Su Xiaoma introduced at the top of his voice, "This is the champion's trophy of the 11th Universe Holy War. The winner is He Wudi. Scrap metal. It's worthless." The bronze cauldron's design was not bad, but in the eyes of the disciples, it was just a piece of art. Worthless. Su Xiaoma cupped his hands and said, "It said that there's a profound meaning in the cauldron. If you can comprehend it, you can step onto the path of eternal life." Damn! Is it that magical? The disciples started to seriously examine the bronze cauldron, but they couldn't figure out the mystery. This was normal. If it was that easy to figure out the profound meaning, the cauldron would have been gone. Sigh. He Wudi shook his head and sighed. Originally, he had planned to give the championship to eldest senior sister, but in the end, she had frozen the arena as soon as she stepped onto the stage and jumped off before he could. Was it that hard to give up the championship? Was it that hard to keep a low profile? If the competitors who were fighting for the championship heard this, they would drown him in spit. But, Wuxia looked at the bronze cauldron and said with a burning gaze, since it was left behind by Senior Qishuan, I must study it carefully. Invincible. Jun Changxiao's voice came from the main hall. Bring the cauldron over. Wuxia's mouth twitched. Did he have to hand over the championship's reward to the sect? Inside the main hall, Jun Changxiao walked around the bronze cauldron and said, what profound meaning is inside? Patriarch, okay, you can go back first. I'll take care of the bronze cauldron for a while. Wuxia walked out with a bitter face and cried in his heart, I should have been more confident and removed the question marks. The secrets contained within the bronze cauldron were not something that could be solved overnight. Therefore, Jun Changxiao shook his head and sighed as he sat down after observing for an hour. Ryu Sinan was puzzled. It is a happy thing for your disciple to win the championship. Why is the patriarch sighing? Don't mention it. Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said, my heart hurts. Why did his heart ache? This was because after Wuxia became the champion of the Universe Sacred War, his main mission did not increase at all. Ha! The system laughed and said, someone always thinks too much. Pa! Jun Changxiao slapped his face and roared, stop laughing. Ryu Sinan was scared out of his wits when he saw the patriarch glaring at him angrily and cursing. He immediately left and thought to himself, the patriarch is hurting himself again. His disciple won the championship. There was no progress on the main quest. He had even offended the celestial devil emperor. Seriously. Jun Changxiao felt extremely uncomfortable. The most annoying thing was that from the preliminaries to the finals, there were no other rewards other than the bronze cauldron. This is too much of a loss. The more Jun Changxiao thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. In the end, he leaned on the chair and roared, if I had known, would have changed my profession and become a bandit. Heh. The system mocked, you've finally said what's in your heart. 3 days after the end of the competition, Jun Changxiao stayed in the sect of all times for 3 days. Actually, hiding would be more accurate. Hiding from who? Of course it was the celestial devil emperor. In this universe sacred war, the other party sent 81 foster children. In the end, more than 50 of them died in the hands of the sect of all times disciples. Jun Changxiao could even imagine that the moment he left Heaven Luo City, he would be surrounded by the celestial devil emperor in the wilderness. I'm not afraid. Go Xing comforted himself. I don't want to cause trouble. Patriarch. Sun Bukong walked in and said, Senior Brother Yi has woken up. You didn't tell him about the fetus, did you? No. You can leave. After Sun Bukong left, Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. According to the medical hall's most professional diagnosis, the fetus in Jia Lingyao's womb was suppressed by spirit energy all year round. The situation didn't seem too optimistic. The worst-case scenario was to save the mother and the fetus. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head. What an ill-fated relationship. Uncle. He called Gu Tianqing over and asked, do you have a prescription to prevent miscarriage? The fetus in that girl's womb has been suppressed for too long. It's still unknown whether it can be treated with medicine. In my opinion, why don't? Gu Tianqing hesitated. Understood. Jun Changxiao said, this matter needs to be decided by Xingchen. Yi Xingchen lay in the ward for a few days, and his physical condition gradually recovered. Sun Bukong came to check on him from time to time. He often saw his senior brother leaning against the bed and staring blankly at the potted plants placed on the window, staring at the tenacious sprouts growing out of the soil. What are you looking at? Jun Changxiao walked in. Yi Xingchen hurriedly retracted his gaze and said, looking at the scenery. Oh. Jun Changshao sat next to him and helped him peel an orange full of spirit energy. He said, "There's something I need to tell you." Yi Xingqian didn't say anything, but he already smelled something bad. Jun Changshao said, "The fetus in Jia Lingyao's womb has been suppressed by spirit energy for too long, and its development is seriously affected. According to the analysis and research of the experts, the best way is to abort it." When he heard the last two words, Yi Xingqian's eyelids twitched. "Of course." Jun Changshao added, "You're the father of the child. It's up to you to decide." Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said with difficulty, "Is there no other way?" "Yes, there is." Jun Changshao said, "But it's very risky." "What's the risk?" "Uncle Gu has a prescription to stabilize the fetus, but the herbs required are extremely precious." "I'll go look for it," Yi Xingqian said anxiously. "I understand how you feel. After all, the fetus is also a life." Jun Changshao said, "But the prescription can't guarantee a cure. Even if you look for it for a long time, you might not be able to gather the required herbs. If you can't find it in 1 year, you'll have to find it in 10 years. If we can't find him in 10 years, we'll find him in 100 years. If you can't find it in 100 years, you'll have to find it in a lifetime." Yi Xingqian spoke very quickly. Obviously, he didn't accept the idea of aborting the fetus. Instead, he chose to gamble on the prescription. "All right." Jun Changshao placed the list of herbs required for the prescription on the table and said, "I've already listed the herbs for you. After you've completely recovered, you can set off to look for them." Swish. Yi Xingqian stood up, holding the list and said, "I've recovered. I'll set off to look for the herbs now." That face was still cold and arrogant. That voice was still emotionless. But there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Jun Changshao knew that this was the responsibility of a father. Wait. Wait for the celestial demon emperor to leave. However, Yi Xingqian couldn't wait any longer. He flew out of the eternal world that night. Patriarch. Li Qingyang hurried over and said, "Junior brother Yi has left." Jun Changshao took off his mask and shook his head, saying, "Xingqian has changed again." The more his disciple valued his child, the more Go Xing believed that the future he had seen would happen. What should he do? Since he couldn't change the plot, he could only follow the script. Jia Lingyao had woken up a few days ago. She was taken care of 24 hours a day by the best medical team in the sect of all times. Miss Jia. The second day after Yi Xingqian left, Jun Changshao came to visit and said, "Please take good care of yourself and the child in your belly during this period of time. Give Xingqian a chance to make up for his mistakes." Jun Patriarch. Jia Lingyao said, "Please let me go." She had thought about it for a long time. Since she couldn't take revenge, she had to go far away. The sect of all times has a professional medical team. You can stay here to take care of the fetus. Jun Changshao wouldn't let the plot of torturing his wife for a while and then chasing her to the crematorium happen. You don't have to bother Jun Patriarch about the fetus, Jia Lingyao said. Jun Changshao said, "Xingqian is my disciple. His child is my grand disciple, so you don't have to be so formal. Let me know if there's anything." Jun Changshao got up and left. Before he left, he reminded Sun Bukong, "You must take good care of Miss Jia." Patriarch, Sun Bukong said bitterly. Sun Bukong said with a bitter expression, "She seems to hate senior brother Yi very much. What if she takes things too hard and aborts the child herself? What then?" Jun Changshao said, "If she didn't want the child, she wouldn't have let him live for so long." Did this mean that she was pregnant with a son? That's true. Sun Bukong breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Changshao went to the medicinal cuisine hall again and reminded Lu Wancher to provide Jia Lingyao with the highest standard of fetus-nourishing food. Patriarch. After he was done, he walked in just as he was sitting in the study. He scratched his head and said, can the bronze cauldron, you want to study it? Yes. Take it. Thank you, Patriarch. He carried the bronze cauldron back to his residence. Then, he put it in the courtyard and began to study it. He even carefully touched every line and every corner on it. Jun Changshao sat in the study and said, "What secret is hidden in the bronze cauldron?" The reason why he returned the cauldron to He was that he had been studying it for the past few days, but he had no clue at all. Since there were no clues, he could only give it to his disciple to study. Perhaps, it could be shipped. That bronze cauldron is too mysterious. The system said, it's not something that can be easily comprehended. Patriarch. At this moment, He excitedly said, I found the mystery. Shua. Jun Changshao directly flew out of the window. For this kind of immediate face-slapping behavior, the system could only express its calmness with a hee-hee. In the courtyard, He was extremely excited. Jun Changshao flew over and found that the bronze cauldron was no different from before, so he asked, what mystery? Patriarch. He said, please step back. Shua. Jun Changshao hurriedly retreated. He walked to the front of the bronze cauldron and stroked the lines on the surface with both hands. Wherever he passed, there was a faint stream of light. Jun Changshao stared at him without blinking. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze cauldron flickered with a brilliant light, illuminating the dark courtyard. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing sensed it and immediately flew over in their pajamas. When the two came to the courtyard where He was, when they saw everything inside, their eyes gradually widened and their mouths gradually opened. What did they see? They saw a picture scroll suspended on the bronze cauldron, and then slowly unfolded to the left and right, showing a map-like symbol. Could it be? Jun Changshao was shocked. These are the coordinates of the road to immortality. Chapter 1885. The scroll slowly unfolded, slowly outlining streams of light, then turning into hills, trees, and ancient paths. When the entire picture appeared on the scroll, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing, who had rushed over, were deeply shocked. Their hands couldn't help but tremble. What shocked them wasn't the style of the painting, but the vast aura that spread out. At that moment, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's souls seemed to be forcibly pulled in, standing in the painting as if they were there. Their state of mind and spirit were sublimated to a certain extent. Not only the two of them. Jun Changshao and He were also in the painting. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's emotions were indescribable at this moment, but the two of them were relatively calm, even observing their surroundings as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light of the righteous path shone on the ground. Jun Changshao, He and the others in their soul forms raised their arms to block the dazzling light. After gradually adjusting to it, they found that a golden path had appeared under their feet, snaking forward. Everyone looked along the path, which seemed to have no end. When it reached a distance visible to the naked eye, they found that it was blocked by a distorted and ethereal space barrier, and the words, Land of Eternal Life, engraved on it rippled like water. Buzz! In an instant, Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing's heads felt as if they had exploded. The Land of Eternal Life. That was, the Land of Eternal Life. The two of them suppressed their shock, then looked down at the path under their feet and said in a hoarse voice, Is this the road of eternal life? Its end leads to the Land of Eternal Life. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Suddenly, a dignified and deep voice rang in their ears. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing turned pale with fright. Their soul bodies collapsed instantly, and they returned to reality, then staggered a few steps back. Wah! They couldn't hold back their blood and spat it out. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. The voice that suddenly rang in their ears just now made them feel as if it was a god who ruled over life and death. Jian Guishu pointed at the heaven's secret realm. Although Gu Tianqing was relatively ordinary, he had been famous in the upper universe for a long time. For such an expert to spit out blood just by hearing these words, how terrifying was the power contained in those words. Wait! Jian Guishu said in astonishment. The two of them didn't come out. Jun Changshao and Hewudi, who were closest to the scroll, were still in a daze. It could be seen that the soul should still exist in the scroll. That was right. The two of them were not shaken out. The reason was that when the voice rang out, a seven-colored radiance instantly condensed around him, neutralizing the energy that was enough to shatter one's soul. The deep voice sounded again. You have actually comprehended the seven profound sunglow break. From his tone, it was obvious that he was very surprised. Hewudi's expression was ferocious. Although his soul was not shattered by the sound, the pain he felt was indescribable. He thought to himself, this person's strength is probably not below mine. Note, this is not below him, but before the level drops to 0. In other words, the person who spoke should be a saint. Senior. At this moment, Jun Changshao grinned and asked, You are? Guardian. Protect what? Protect the entrance to the universe and the land of eternal life. Can we go in? Follow this path of eternal life and you can enter the land of eternal life at any time. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. However, the guardian poured cold water on him in time and said, with your current cultivation, once you step on the land of eternal life, your body will collapse on the spot and your soul will scatter. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Go back. The guardian said impatiently, this is not a place you are qualified to enter. Jun Changshao shrugged and said with a smile, since we're already here, how can we bear to go back? The words land of eternal life were engraved in front of the door and contained a huge amount of magic power. Gosheng would definitely not leave just like that. If he could not enter again, wouldn't that be equal to missing out on a great opportunity? Hewudi would not leave either. Because as long as he passed through the spatial barrier at the end, he could go home. Sigh. The guardian sighed and said, since you don't want to leave, then experience the feeling of your body collapsing and your soul scattering. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a vast pressure pressed down from all directions. The expressions on Jun Changshao and Hewudi's faces became even more ferocious. Their bodies seemed to be crazily squeezed by two forces. The pain brought to their souls was indescribable, and their bodies seemed to collapse at any time. Ah ah! Ah ah ah! The two of them screamed in pain. If they found a great god to change it, it would definitely be a new material for Ghost Beast. In the past, there was no song that Yan Xiaolu could not play, and in the future, there would be no song that Jun Changshao and Hewudi could not sing. They were going to die. They were going to explode. They were going to crack. Suddenly, the tsunami-like pressure was suddenly withdrawn. The guardian said in surprise, little guy, your body is showing signs of entering the saint realm. Could it be that you have entered the land of eternal life? Who did he say that to? He said it to Hewudi. Entered it? Hewudi's pain gradually disappeared, and he smiled with difficulty. I am originally a person of the land of eternal life. These words were spoken with extreme bitterness. In the past, he had lived carefree in the land of eternal life. Later, he pursued a higher level of martial arts and went to find the seven profound sunglow break. In the end, his level was reset to 0 and his saint body degenerated. Jun Changshao was silent. To be exact, he was a little ashamed. Because Hewudi's current situation was related to him buying the remnant scroll. Fortunately, that guy was still in the dark. So, you have entered the saint realm? The guardian asked. It's all in the past. Hewudi's words could be considered as admitting that he had entered the saint realm. Of course, there was a world of difference between this saint realm and Wuxing's realm of the falling star continent. The former not only entered the saint realm, but even his body was also in the saint realm. In professional terms, it was a saint body. Those who enter the saint realm are nobles. The guardian said in a gentle tone, although this old man has been watching over the universe and the land of eternal life for 1,000,000 years, I have some understanding of the saint realm experts inside. May I know your name? Jun Changxiao's ears pricked up. Regarding He Wudi's matters, he only knew that he came from the land of eternal life. As for the title, he had never heard of it. It's all in the past. He Wudi said, it's fine if you don't mention it. The saint realm of the land of eternal life, whose level was reduced to 0, was forced to descend to the lower realms. This was not a glorious thing. Moreover, it had only been 100 years since he had snatched the 7 profound sunglow break. The people inside would definitely not forget about it. If the news were to leak out today, he would be blocked at the door when he went up. Invincible. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, a dignified 7 feet tall man will never change his name, tell him your title loudly. He Wudi was on the verge of collapse. In fact, what Jun Changxiao meant was that if he said his title, and the other party happened to know him, he might have a chance to enter the land of eternal life. Don't worry, sir. The guardian said, I will guard this place and not leave. You don't have to worry about it leaking out. He Wudi's eyes were filled with hesitation. He looked back at Jun Changxiao and saw him smiling at him. He stood up straight, put his hand on his forehead, and then stroked his messy hair back. He said proudly, my name is He Wudi, and my title is Go Zhongzi. Chapter 1886. When He Wudi said his monarch title, Jun Changxiao held his chin, and his facial muscles twitched. Ha! Ha ha ha! The next second, he squatted on the ground and laughed. In fact, Go Sheng had received professional training in this aspect. Unless he couldn't help it. To be honest. It was really funny to ignore his monarch title. It even reminded Jun Changxiao of Go Sheng. No. He was a saint. His monarch title was too stupid. In fact, He Wudi's monarch title was very particular. First of all, it had 2 meanings. One was to be lazy, and the other was to ignore. The so-called lazy, in plain words, was to be wretched and unwishful. As for ignoring, it meant that no matter what happened, he had to be indifferent. I am lazy. I don't care about anyone. These were the 2 principles of He Wudi's survival in the land of eternal life. So when he became a saint, he named his monarch title Lazy. Ignoring the saints. The guardian repeated a few words and said with shame, forgive me for my ignorance, but I have never heard of your monarch title. He Wudi still stroked his hair and said, I am indifferent to fame and fortune and live in seclusion in the mountains. It is normal that you have not heard of it. Perhaps he had met someone from his hometown. At this time, whether it was his actions or tone, they were very proud. He Wudi was lazy. However, it was not from the heart. He also had dignity and pride. To put it bluntly, living in the land of eternal life where powerful people were everywhere, He Wudi tried his best to not care about worldly affairs and not be tainted by karma. He pursued martial arts and eternal life wholeheartedly. He lived very carefully. Today, because he met someone from his hometown and the patriarch was standing beside him, he was high profile for the 2nd time in his life. The first time. The 7 mysterious sunglow broke and the remnant volume appeared. In order to improve his cultivation, He Wudi abandoned the plan of being lazy and participated in the battle for the remnant volume. Later, although he obtained the remnant volume from the ancient tomb by chance, he was also tainted by karma and was besieged by various strong people. He was forced to level 0 and escape to the lower universe. He still remembered that year. When He Wudi was facing a group of saint experts, he decisively chose to throw out the remnant scroll after confirming that it was hopeless. Opportunities were important, but there was only hope if one was alive. It was just a pity that when he was about to throw out the 7 profound sunglow break, it suddenly disappeared. Every time he thought of this, Wuxia always clutched his chest. If the remnant scroll was still here, if he threw it out, they would definitely fight over it, and he could take the opportunity to escape. Then, he wouldn't have fallen to the mortal world and been so miserable that he couldn't even deal with the trash celestial demonic emperor. Since you were once a saint and have a saint body, you can naturally enter the land of eternal life, the guardian said. The signs of becoming a saint could not be imitated. Therefore, he had long believed that Wuxia came from the land of eternal life. All right then. Jun Changshao immediately started walking and said, "Wuxia, let's go." "He can enter the land of eternal life," the guardian said calmly. "You can't." Jun Changshao said, "He is my disciple." "Since a disciple can enter, why can't a patriarch enter?" "I'll say it again." The guardian reiterated again, "As long as you step into the land of eternal life, your body will collapse and your soul will scatter." "Sorry." Jun Changshao said, "I grew up scared." The guardian couldn't wait to kick him and smash that cheap face of his into pieces. "Patriarch." Wuxia whispered, "He's right. Your cultivation is too weak now. If you rashly enter the land of eternal life, your soul will scatter." The expression on Jun Changshao's face was wonderful. In front of him was the land of eternal life, the last plane of the book. If he went in and obtained the heaven and earth attributes inside, his realm might skyrocket. Then, he would find a way to come out and trample on the celestial demonic emperor, happily announcing the end. In the end, he could only watch but not enter. So angry. In fact, it's not impossible for the host to enter. It's just a matter of changing the ending of the protagonist's pawn. The system added. "All right." Jun Changshao said, "Wuxia, you go." Since he would die if he went in, he would definitely prefer to live. As a disciple, he was qualified to enter the land of eternal life. Naturally, he couldn't miss this great opportunity. "Patriarch, Wuxia's eyes were filled with conflict. At this moment, he desperately wanted to enter the land of eternal life. He desperately wanted to return to his home that he had been separated from for a long time. But he was still a disciple of the sect of all times. His fellow disciples had killed so many of the celestial demonic emperor's foster sons. The hatred had developed to the point that it would not end until one of them died. If he left at this time, wouldn't it be the same as running away? Jun Changshao seemed to understand Wuxia's thoughts, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "It's not easy to find a path. You must seize it. I can deal with the upper universe. Go. Go home." When he said the last three words, Jun Changshao's style was very serious. To be honest, Wuxia was very strong. He could be considered a powerful fighting force in the sect. He would definitely be a steel knife to deal with the celestial demonic emperor in the future. But this time, he had spied on the secret of the bronze cauldron and found the path to the land of eternal life. If he missed it, he might miss it for the rest of his life. There was no need to consider. If he could go home, he would go home. No matter how difficult the problem in the upper universe was, he would lead the sect to face it head-on. Jun Changshao was usually very cheap and not serious, but he was never careless when it came to important matters. In fact, from the way he ordered his disciple to take care of Jia Lingyao, it could be seen that he had long been a responsible and knowledgeable patriarch. Cheap. Shameless. It was just that he deliberately showed his character. In fact, he was very mature in his heart. Go home, these two words kept echoing in Wuxia's ears, gradually stabilizing his originally tangled emotions. Then, he lifted his feet and walked on the road of eternal life. Outside. Wuxia's body leaned toward the bronze cauldron and the scroll. Could it be, Jian Guishu said in surprise, he wants to enter the land of eternal life? I didn't expect that the bronze cauldron not only contained the secret of the road of eternal life, but also the land of eternal life. Gu Tianqing's state of mind could not calm down. Shock still hung on his face. 1 step, 2 steps. He would approached the spatial barrier engraved with the words Land of Eternal Life. Whoosh! Suddenly, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. This action seemed to contain some kind of power that infected the disciples who were cultivating or busy in the sect. They all turned around in unison and raised their right hands in response. At that moment, there was no courtyard or mountain separating them. The disciples of the sect of all times and he would seemed to be in a parallel space, watching this last disciple go home. Junior brother he. Li Qingyang said, have a safe journey. Su Xiaomua, Xiao Ziji, and the others stood on the training field with bright smiles on their faces. It was a pity. Yi Xingchen was not in the sect. No. Although he was outside, he seemed to have felt it. He stopped at a mountain peak and slowly raised his fist. Thud. He would stopped at the spatial barrier. 1 more step and he would enter the land of eternal life. Jun Changshao rubbed his slightly sour nose and said with a smile, go ahead and find a place to stay. Wait for me and the sect to arrive. Patriarch, how long will it take? It should be soon. Jun Changshao did not know how long it would take. He might not even be able to enter the land of eternal life in his lifetime. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, no matter how long it takes, you must remember that you are my last disciple. I understand. He would took a deep breath. To be honest, his current state of mind was as uncomfortable as the patriarch's. Although they had not known each other for more than 100 years, it was not much in the long years, but he could not think about it. If he wanted to, he would not be able to leave. He would suppressed his various emotions and said without turning back, thank you, Patriarch, for your nurturing over the years. Thank you, fellow disciples, for your care. He would will remember it in my heart. Woo-woo. Lu Wancher leaned on Yao Menjing's shoulder and cried, junior brother he left. Who will close the door in the future? That's right. He would suddenly turned around and said, if I leave, who will close the door? No. I can't leave. I have to stay and close the door. As he said that, he stepped back and stood in front of Jun Changshao and said with an extremely serious expression, the sect of all times is this disciple's home. Patriarch, please allow this disciple to stay and close the door for senior brother and junior brother. I will shelter everyone from the wind and rain. Are you sure? Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Their souls returned to their bodies. The scroll on the bronze cauldron gradually dissipated and everything returned to normal. Chapter 1887. He would chose to stay. Did he really think that once he left, no one would close the door? No. Many disciples were waiting to close the door. Closing the door was just an excuse for him to stay. Although he had lived in the sect of all times for less than 100 years, he had already regarded this place as his home. He liked the cute fellow disciples, the food in the cafeteria, and everything in the sect. If the scroll only gave him one chance to enter the land of eternal life, he would not have another chance if he missed it. Then, I give up today. He turned his back to the bronze cauldron and said with a firm gaze, I don't regret it. In fact, he used to think about a question late at night. Was it a blessing or a curse that he was forced to lower his level to 0 after snatching the 7 profound Sunglow remnant scroll? After joining the sect of all times, he finally got the answer. It was a blessing or a blessing. Some people would say that as the leader of the imaginary trio, he had always believed that the sect was related to Senior 7 Profound. Naturally, he thought that it was a blessing. Otherwise, the more he understood the sect, the more he saw himself as a part of it. He had long stopped caring about Senior 7 Profound. Even if he knew the truth, he was still willing to be the last disciple. Sect of all times. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. As long as one came into contact with it and integrated with it, anyone would be deeply infatuated with it and unable to extricate themselves. For example, Yi Xingqian, who had been proud and aloof all his life, was now willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for the sect and his fellow sect members. Night Emperor was crazy. Invincible. Although the two had different personalities, they had something in common. Before joining the sect of all times, they had always been lonely. After joining the sect, they understood trust and feelings and would be willing to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Just like what Tang Xuanzang said to Zhizun Bao, when you understand how to sacrifice your life for righteousness, you will naturally come back to sing this song with me. Yi Xingqian understood. He had let go of the arrogance of his previous life and truly treated himself as a disciple. He Wudi understood. He had let go of the chance to enter the land of eternal life and was willing to continue standing in front of the sect to protect everyone. Shua. He Wudi raised his hand again. He lowered his head, a smile appearing on his lips as he shouted, "Sect of all times." In an instant, all the sect disciples raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Sect of all times, nice." His voice reverberated in the firmament and resounded throughout the eternal world. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing looked at each other. Although the two of them did not understand what "nice" meant, they could deeply feel the unique culture that belonged to the sect of all times and belonged to this group of surging waves. Jun Changshao smiled. Her smile was so serious that it was as bright as spring. His disciple had the chance to go home, but he chose to stay. How could he let him down? Land of eternal life. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the starry night sky. He thought to himself, I will bring the entire sect there, even if the upper universe is the end. The next day, the bronze cauldron was once again placed on the training field of the main peak. The disciples all gathered around. They had all seen the scene of the scroll appearing yesterday, so they were scrambling to discuss it. Invincible. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said, "How did you discover the secret hidden inside?" The universe sacred war had been held 11 times. After the champions of the past obtained it, they would have plenty of time to study it. However, no one obtained it from the beginning to the end. He Wudi took it and solved it in a short while. If it was luck, it would be a bit unbelievable. But in reality, it was not luck. Instead, He Wudi grasped the mystery. This mystery was not just figured out. It could be traced back to when he entered the ancient tomb to search for the remnant scroll. I went through various mechanisms and tests and finally entered the main tomb. Not only did I obtain the remnant scroll of 7 mysterious rays, but I also saw a special pattern on the wall, He Wudi recalled. At that time, there were many experts entering the tomb. He got the remnant scroll in the fastest time and ran away. So, Jun Changshao said, the pattern you saw was exactly the same as the one on the bronze cauldron? Yes. He Wudi nodded and said, if I did not observe it carefully, I would not have remembered it. A warrior's memory was very strong. They would not forget after seeing it, unless they could not remember it. Yesterday, when He Wudi was studying the bronze cauldron, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. It was only when he remembered the pattern in the tomb that he realized. Actually, the two patterns were not exactly the same. There were many subtle differences. Maybe it was not a deviation. Maybe it was the correct pattern for unlocking. With this thought, He Wudi put his hand on the pattern and then explored the complicated path. In the end, he guessed right. The pattern in the bronze cauldron was actually more like a Rubik's cube. The pattern engraved on the wall of the main tomb was the complete version. Since He Wudi had seen the original, it was easy to rearrange it according to its path. Of course, the patterns on the bronze cauldron were extremely complicated. Every change would give rise to millions of patterns. So without the original to compare, it was almost impossible to decipher it by randomly piecing together the patterns. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao understood. It was not that this disciple's luck was heaven-defying, but that he knew the correct answer in advance. Wait. Jun Changshao said, you just said the tomb. Could it be that Senior Qishuan has already died? Maybe he died. So be it. How is that possible? Senior Qishuan has always been elusive. Almost no one in the land of eternal life has seen his real face. Everyone only knows that he broke the Qishuan light and hid it in the tomb. As for whether he is dead or alive, no one knows. Jun Changshao was silent. There was a tomb, how could he still be alive? Otherwise. In fact, in the world of high martial arts, especially the top experts, they like to play mysterious. They like to build fake tombs and throw all the martial arts resources inside for the fated ones to inherit. If you thought he was dead, he might still be alive. If you thought he was alive, he might have died long ago. In short, experts who had reached an extremely high level like to deliberately mystify things to show off their identity. For example, Jun Changshao. Sometimes, when he had nothing to do, he would think about whether he should build thousands of fake tombs and place them in various planes for future generations to find and play with. Cheap. The system had once complained. Here's the problem. Jun Changshao said, the cauldron was left behind by Senior Qishuan, and the correct pattern was placed in the tomb of the land of eternal life. What is the meaning of this? He doesn't want anyone to crack it. The system said. The pattern in the bronze cauldron was complicated and disorderly. It was completely impossible to crack it by luck. Since no one could crack it, why leave it in the upper universe and wait for the fated ones? Or could it be, Jun Changshao suddenly thought of something and said in shock, the bronze cauldron and the pattern in the tomb, were they prepared for invincibility from the beginning? This, He Wudi was a little confused. The bronze cauldron was in the upper universe, and the correct pattern was in the land of eternal life. The two belonged to different levels, and it was impossible to master them at the same time. However, He Wudi entered the ancient tomb and memorized the correct pattern. In the end, because he snatched Qishuan's sunglow, he was forced to clear the lower realm and participate in the universe sacred war to obtain the bronze cauldron that needed to be cracked. Is it a coincidence? No. He Wudi said firmly, this is definitely not a coincidence. The reason why I came to the lower realm and joined the sect of all times was arranged by Senior Qishuan. The power of imagination filled his sea of consciousness. In the end, he clenched his fist and thought, since Senior Qishuan has arranged it, then I must not let him down. I will do my best to assist the patriarch and assist the sect of all times. The sect of all times was the strongest imagination king. Chapter 1888. The seven profound sage left behind the bronze cauldron and placed the correct pattern in the land of eternal life. It seemed that he did not expect people from the upper universe to crack it. Here came the main point. Was this for the people from the land of eternal life? But which martial artist from the upper universe would be willing to come to the lower universe? He Wudi had come. He was forced to come. And he happened to obtain the bronze cauldron and crack its mystery. He Wudi could not be blamed for thinking too much. If he thought about it carefully, it was really possible. However, whether the mysteries left behind by the seven profound sage were as he thought, only the heavens would know. Jun Changshao did not think too much about this matter. At this moment, he was more concerned about what benefits the sect could obtain after cracking the mystery of the bronze cauldron. Invincible. Jun Changshao ordered, break the bronze cauldron again and see if the scroll can be activated. Yes. He Wudi walked to the martial arts practice field and placed his hands on the bronze cauldron. He placed his ear on the cauldron and closed his eyes, carefully recalling the pattern in his sea of consciousness. He was like a professional thief, trying to open a safe. Buzz buzz. Pa. The hidden card seemed to fit perfectly, and the mechanism in the cauldron was broken. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were waiting for the magical scroll to appear. Perhaps they could enter in their soul form and admire the road to eternal life up close. In the end, they waited for nothing. Strange. Woody said, why didn't it appear? His unlocking method was the same as yesterday. He should have successfully activated the bronze cauldron, but the scroll did not appear as expected. From the looks of it, Jian Guishu held his chin and said, it should only be activated once. Woody's expression suddenly collapsed. Although he had announced yesterday that he would not regret staying if he only had one chance to return to the land of eternal life, the reality was really like this. He definitely could not. His heart was hurting. Go Sheng was also in pain. He had spent so much time leading his disciples to compete. In the end, he got the bronze cauldron as he wished, but it turned out to be a one-time use item. It was definitely a loss. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. At least we know the coordinates and the location of the path to immortality. Last night, when his soul entered the scroll, although it looked ethereal, the surrounding landscape was very real. Since he couldn't enter through the path in the scroll, he could find the path in reality. Bring me a pen. Schwa. Li Qingyang brought over writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Swish. Swish. Jun Changxiao picked up the brush and began to draw on the paper. Apparently, he was trying to reproduce the scene in his memory. However, when he was done, Li Qingyang looked at it carefully and said, Patriarch, what did you draw? Map. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Ryu Sinan and the other higher-ups gathered around and looked at the paper on the table. However, they were confused. From Jun Changxiao's perspective, it was a perfectly replicated map. Although it wasn't very big, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. It gave off the feeling that my hometown was in that village. However, from the perspective of Ryu Sinan and the others, there was nothing on the paper. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao picked it up and said, I clearly drew it. Patriarch, there is really nothing. The higher-ups and disciples said in unison. Of course, Jun Changxiao didn't believe it. He even thought that they were acting together. It wasn't until Rose of Flowers came and said that there was nothing that he realized that he was the only one who could see the pattern on the paper. Woody could see it. However, he didn't express his opinion on the spot. Instead, he secretly said in his heart, it seems that the pattern imprinted in the sea of consciousness can only be seen by those who enter the scroll. Something was wrong again. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianqing had also entered. At this moment, not only could the two not see the pattern on the paper, but they couldn't even recall the scene they saw last night. If they hadn't been sure that they had entered, they might have suspected that they were suffering from intermittent amnesia. Plop. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao sat down with an abnormal expression on his face. He had originally planned to draw the road to immortality and engrave a copy for each disciple. In the future, when they traveled to other galaxies and other planes, they might accidentally discover it. Now, there was no chance at all. Patriarch. Woody walked in and guessed, I'm afraid this is a supernatural power set by Senior Qishuan. Only those who stay in the scroll for long enough can remember the landforms on the map. Outsiders have no right to know. The upper universe is so big. Jun Changxiao said, only you and I know how to find the same place as reality. I think so. Woody said with a serious expression, since Senior Qishuan left the bronze cauldron and the pattern respectively, there must be a profound purpose. What we can do is to wait and see. Maybe, it will be fine in the near future. It makes sense. Jun Changxiao was relieved. Woody said, the secret of the bronze cauldron has been discovered. It should be worthless. I think it can be smelted. Is ordinary material worth smelting? Jun Changxiao asked. The value of the material doesn't depend on the material itself. It depends on the maker, he Wudi said. Jun Changshao heard this and suddenly understood. The bronze cauldron's material was indeed ordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that the same material could be found in any plane. It was definitely a common material. However, it was made by Senior Qishuan, so it was very valuable. If the host becomes a supreme master of the upper universe, years later, even the paper used to wipe one's ass will be a priceless treasure to the world, the system joked. Okay. Jun Changshao stood up and said, send the bronze cauldron to the casting hall and let Hall Master Fan deal with it. Yes. He Wudi immediately walked out of the main hall. However, when he looked at the martial arts field, he found that the bronze cauldron was gone. Where's the cauldron? Why is it gone? He Wudi suddenly panicked. Could it be that after deciphering the profound meaning inside, the cauldron would disappear after a certain period of time? Junior brother he. At this moment, Li Qingyang passed by and said, Junior sister Lu saw that the bronze cauldron had lost its value, so she ordered people to carry it back to the cauldron. It seems that she wants to use it as a pot. Nonsense. He Wudi said with a straight face, that is a cauldron made by Senior Qishuan. Even if it has lost its original meaning, it can only be used to forge weapons and equipment. How can it be used to cook? After saying this, he hurried to the cauldron. As expected. When he came to the kitchen in the inner court, the bronze cauldron was placed in a conspicuous place. The firewood below was burning. It was obviously used as a pot. U1S1. This cauldron was very big. If it was used to steam rice, it could feed at least 10,000 people. He Wudi clutched his chest, a pained expression appearing on his face. That was a bronze cauldron made by Senior Qishuan. Being used as a pot to steam rice was simply a blasphemy to him. Hall Master Lu. He Wudi shouted. Then, the scene changed. He sat in the cauldron, picked up his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of freshly cooked rice. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and said with a face full of happiness, delicious. The rice steamed in the bronze cauldron was really delicious. The disciples who came to the cauldron each ate a few bowls. The more they ate, the more energized and refreshed they felt. Bang! Bang! After a while, everyone's hair exploded and white smoke filled the air from inside out. At that moment, the bodies of those who ate the rice steamed in the bronze cauldron seemed to suddenly swell. Every inch of their skin seemed to split open. Even their souls flew out of the 9 heavens and merged into an unknown and sacred environment. What's the situation? Jun Changshao hurriedly flew in and saw the disciples sitting neatly in the cauldron. Their bodies emitted white smoke, decorating the cauldron as if it was a paradise surrounded by clouds and mist. He was stunned. Chapter 1889. Sect of all times, cafeteria. At this moment, clouds and mist lingered around, making it look like a fairyland. The souls of all the disciples who had eaten the steamed rice floated beyond the 9 heavens, and they were placed in an environment that seemed both real and illusory. Gradually, they lined up neatly and sat down like old monks. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. White mist still spread out from their bodies. The souls of the disciples seemed to have been purified, and also seemed to have been elevated in some sense. Jun Changshao, who had rushed over, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Eating a meal. Why did he taste like he was cultivating? Patriarch. Lu Wancher walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands with her apron while saying in surprise, "What's going on?" Jun Changshao said, "What did you feed them?" His disciple suddenly entered cultivation mode, which made him suspect that Lu Wancher had researched some kind of cooking that could help cultivation. Lu Wancher said, "The rice they eat most often." Are you sure? I'm sure. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That's strange." He also ate rice often, but he had never seen such a situation where he felt like he was in a fairyland. Oh, right. Lu Wancher slapped her head and said, the rice was steamed with a bronze cauldron. Jun Changshao almost fell. It was a little too much to use the treasure created by the 7 profound saint to steam rice. Wasn't the cauldron created to cook things? The system said, what's too much about it? Jun Changshao was stunned for a while, then said in realization, that's right. Cauldron. Used to cook things. Yu the Great divided the world into 9 states, and ordered the 9 governors to contribute bronze to create the 9 cauldrons, which gradually became the symbol of royal power and the country's unification and prosperity. Since the original intention was to cook things, there was nothing wrong with steaming rice. Could it be, his disciple entering cultivation mode was related to the bronze cauldron? Thinking of this, Jun Changshao hurriedly said, girl, get me a bowl of rice. Okay. Lu Wancher put the rice on the table. Jun Chang chuckled as he ate. He didn't even take a bite of the food. How tasteless would it be to just eat rice and not eat vegetables? However, Guzu was elated as he ate. He felt refreshed. Lass. Another bowl. The rice cooked in the bronze cauldron was really fragrant. Jun Changshao ate a total of 4 bowls of rice before he licked off the rice grains that stuck to the corners of his mouth. Buzz. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness shook. Who? Jun Changshao's body was surrounded by white mist. Like the disciples next to him, he sat in place, dumbstruck. His soul had already flown beyond the 9th heaven. It felt like he was riding on the clouds. His state of mind was like he was floating in the air. It was really cool. Patriarch. Lu Wancher shouted, are you okay? Jun Changshao didn't answer, because at this moment, his soul had already fused into the illusory environment, and then sat cross-legged in front of the disciples. A completely incomprehensible sound rang in everyone's ears like a mosquito, causing a subtle change in everyone's heart. This feeling of being in a fairyland and listening to the sound of nature lasted for 2 hours. Swish. Swish. The soul returned and fused into the body. Jun Changshao and the disciples no longer released the mist and gradually opened their eyes. Some people's eyes flickered with excitement. Some people's eyes flickered with confusion. The reason for their excitement was that they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and had some kind of profound understanding of martial arts. The reason for their confusion was that although they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and even felt some kind of profound meaning, when they thought about it carefully, they didn't seem to have comprehended anything. Among them, the most excited was Wudi. At this moment, he clenched his fists and was so excited that he almost fainted. To Jun Changshao and the disciples, it was nothing more than a fairyland with celestial music in their ears. But to him, it was equivalent to a place of eternal life. No. It wasn't a place of eternal life. To be exact, it was extremely similar. In particular, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes were infinitely similar. As for the sound similar to singing, it was the celestial music in the land of eternal life. Only by being there could one listen to it and comprehend it. To put it simply, the celestial music was equivalent to heaven and earth attributes. This kind of attribute could only be heard in the land of eternal life. If a warrior wanted to be stronger, he not only needed to absorb heaven and earth attributes, but also listen to the celestial music. In Wudi's understanding, after reaching the saint realm, nearly 70% of the improvement in martial arts came from listening to the celestial music, and 30% came from absorbing heaven and earth attributes. So the celestial music was very important. Even because of the existence of this sound, the land of eternal life was the land of eternal life. Now, being in the upper universe and hearing the celestial music really made Wudi extremely excited and excited. What made him excited was not that he could use the celestial music to improve his cultivation, but that, he could better perform the martial arts and martial arts techniques that he had cultivated. As a saint from the land of eternal life, there were countless martial arts in his mind, but because of the restriction of attributes, it was difficult to perform. Even when he entered the eternal world later and obtained higher heaven and earth attributes, he could barely perform a small part of them. For example, heaven and earth nothing. For example, 9 dragons split palm. These two martial arts not only required the blessing of higher heaven and earth attributes, but also the understanding of the celestial music. In short, it could be performed without the understanding of the celestial music. However, in terms of power, it would be greatly reduced. These two martial arts techniques were better, at least the attributes were dominant. Some special martial arts techniques had to be supported by the celestial music. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who came back to his senses, said, "I seem to have a special understanding of the 7 profound sunglow break." "Me too." Su Xiaomua said. The two listened to the celestial music and seemed to have grasped something invisibly. They had a new understanding of the 7 profound sunglow break. It took time to comprehend and digest, so the two hurriedly left and entered the transcendental spacetime secret realm. Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others did the same. They left the cafeteria and entered the secret realm to meditate in seclusion. As for those confused disciples, although they felt the difference in the celestial music, they didn't catch the main point, so they didn't gain anything. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, "What's going on?" He Wudi told him what he knew, as well as the heavenly sound. Jun Changshao fell into a short silence, and then said with a serious expression, "That is to say, the place where our souls merged into was the land of eternal life. The whole thing is a little lacking." He Wudi said, "It shouldn't be the land of eternal life, but the weakest area at the edge." Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't the real land of eternal life, it had the attribute of strengthening the soul and the state of mind, and there was also the sound of nature. This might be the hidden value of the bronze cauldron. However, the problem came. Would it be like the scroll, a one-time use item? Jun Changxiao hurriedly ate a few more bowls of rice, but in the end, he couldn't enter the misty immortal realm, so he broke down and said, "Can I really only enter once? Maybe there's a time limit." The system said. "Right." Jun Changxiao anxiously ordered, "Girl, use the bronze cauldron to steam rice every day from now on." "Yes, sir." Lu Wanxia received the order and asked weakly, "Patriarch, can I fry it, boil it, stew it? Use it however you want." Chapter 1890. Transcendent Grade Spacetime Mystic Realm. Li Qingyang and the others were either sitting cross-legged or standing. They were all trying to comprehend what they had learned from the heavenly music. Jun Changshao was also present. Or perhaps his cultivation level was higher than the disciples, so he had obtained the most inspiration from the music. Swish! Swish! In his spiritual sea, a 7-colored light flashed from left to right. This was the 7 profound sunglow break. It was different from the past. The 7 lights contained a higher level of profundity and power. As long as Jun Changshao could completely grasp it, his martial technique would also be strengthened tremendously. So, the martial technique created during the 7 profound holy war can be activated by the heavenly music. He and his disciples had already comprehended the 7 profound sunglow break in the lower domain. Although it would be greatly improved in a plane with stronger heaven and earth attributes, it was still lacking. In fact, the frequency of usage was not as frequent as the heaven-crossing palm imprint. Now, the case was solved. This martial technique could be activated by attributes, but it could also be activated by the heavenly music. It was not impossible to activate it with heaven and earth attributes, but its power and effect would definitely be inferior to the heavenly music. Not enough. After carefully analyzing it, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's too far away. The heavenly music he had obtained from the ethereal realm was extremely limited. It was not enough for him to upgrade the 7 profound sunglow break. Therefore, he had to go in a few more times. In this aspect, Wuxia was more cunning. He did not use the heavenly music to comprehend the 7 profound sunglow break. Instead, he comprehended the 9 dragons splitting palm. After all, there was a difference between the two. The next day, early morning. First Black and Second Black shouted, "It's time to eat." Swish. The originally empty cafeteria was instantly filled with upper echelons and disciples. It was as if they were waiting for the meal to arrive so that they could occupy their seats as quickly as possible. "Line up." Second Black said, "Everyone, get a bun." There was no meat or vegetables today. There was only a big white bun. Were they full? It was not important whether they were full or not. What was important was that the bun was steamed in the bronze cauldron. Therefore, everyone ate with gusto and relished the food. Whoosh! Whoosh! After eating the bun, white mist was released from everyone's body again. They entered an environment similar to the land of eternal life. "I understand." Wuxia sat down cross-legged and said excitedly, "As long as you eat the food made by the bronze cauldron, you can enter this place every day to comprehend the heavenly sounds." "You're half right." The heavenly sounds were indeed gradually ringing in his ears. However, unlike yesterday, their state of mind and soul did not fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, their muscles tightened to varying degrees, as if they were being tempered by some kind of invisible force. Could it be? Jun Changshao was rather surprised. Using the bronze cauldron to make different foods has different effects. In order to verify this point, Lu Wanshi stewed the soup the next day. True enough. After everyone drank, they entered the ethereal immortal realm again. As they listened to the heavenly music, they felt their souls being nurtured at a deeper level. Steamed rice also had this effect, and it also had the effect of elevating one's mental state. The stewed soup was more simple, and it was aimed directly at strengthening one's soul. Naturally, the effect was more outstanding. Beep beep. Jun Changshao said, "I'll change it tomorrow." "Change what?" "Something spicy, like crayfish." "All right." The next day, the spicy crayfish was out of the pot. After everyone ate it one by one, they were sweating profusely from the spiciness, and their lips were trembling from the numbness. When they entered the ethereal immortal realm, their meridians and blood seemed to be burning. For the next half a month. Every day, Lu Wanshi would change her cooking method and change her food. Although the disciples' tastes changed again and again, what remained the same was that they would always enter the immortal realm to listen to the heavenly sounds, as well as various changes in their bodies. Finally. After summarizing, Jun Changshao roughly understood what kind of improvement would be brought about by using the bronze cauldron to cook. There was the state of mind of the soul. There was the tempering of muscles. There was the aspect of the soul. There was the blood meridians. There was the capacity of the dantian. Why not list the food to correspondingly improve? Because after Lu Wanshi's test, many dishes had the same effect, such as the spicy crayfish and the spicy fish head. After entering the ethereal immortal realm, the effect was to strengthen the blood meridians. The only thing that was the same was that no matter what food was eaten, they would always hear the heavenly sounds. This seemed to be eternal. Of course. There were also regrets. He could only stay inside for 2 hours. Patriarch. After dozens of days of strict testing, Wuxia said excitedly, "We're rich." Eating the food made by the bronze cauldron every day, they could enter the ethereal immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was only for 2 hours, it was still considered a great opportunity. From another perspective, it was equivalent to entering the border of the land of eternal life every day and strengthening all aspects of the body for free for a period of time. The experts of the upper universe were still bitterly exploring the land of eternal life. Jun Changshao and his disciples were already able to take the express train and travel to the outskirts of the land of eternal life. Just thinking about it was exciting. This was cheating. There was no solution to it. But in reality, although everyone could enter the immortal realm every day to improve all aspects of the body, but after a month, the effect was not very obvious. Especially when they were clearly brainwashed by the immortal sounds every day, but they were still unable to strengthen their martial techniques. He Wudi said to this, in the end, it will take time. Indeed. The food cooked by the bronze cauldron only provided them with a convenient path. As for whether there would be any substantial changes, not only did it require personal effort, it also required time. The path to becoming stronger. It never relied on cheating. If there was, it would definitely be Jun Gosheng. The daily lives of the disciples of the sect of all times were already very colorful. For example, they went to various mystic realms to cultivate, went to various training rooms to temper themselves, and went to the mission pavilion to complete missions. Now, there was one more thing, which was to find time to enter the immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was tiring, it was very happy. Ha ha ha. One day, He Wudi walked out of the space-time mystic realm and could no longer control his emotions. The reason was that he could finally use the power of the immortal sounds to perform the 9 dragons split palm. After Jun Changshao heard about it, he asked, how much can it be improved? We need to test it to know. Test it. Jun Changshao hurriedly ordered someone to inform Hall Master Z and ask him to spar seriously with He Wudi at the training field. No. Z waved his hands and stomped his feet. Like a child who had broken down, he howled, can't we find someone else for this kind of thing? Why do you always come to me? Because you are not human. Jun Changshao gave him an answer it did not even give him a chance to refute. At the training field. Purple craggy demon monarch stood naked in his red underpants. Needless to say, his strength had improved during this period of time, and the lines of his muscles were more beautiful than before. He Wudi cupped his hands and said, Hall Master Z, the power of the martial technique enhanced by the power of the immortal sounds is far beyond the attributes of heaven and earth. So, please take it seriously. Violet furrowed her brows. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body was surrounded by a majestic airwave. Then, he summoned his original body and turned into a koan that covered half of the training field. As for the red underwear, it hung on his fins. It was obvious that he was taking it seriously. Come on. After activating his original body, Z's voice became arrogant. Excuse me. Swoosh. He Wudi bent over and rushed over with his hands behind his back. When he stepped on the ground, he suddenly stopped in front of Z's original body. Then, he quickly formed a complicated hand seal and shouted, Rising Dragon Lord of Lu Mountain. Roar! 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 In an instant, 9 dragons roared and shook the world. Boom! 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 Plop! After a while, the trembling camera finally stabilized. The perspective moved to the training field. He Wudi stood proudly in the posture of the rising dragon fist. The Purple King returned to his human form and lay on the ground with his head tilted. The corner of his mouth squirmed and white vomit occasionally. The last disciple KO'd the spirit beast Hall Master with one punch. Chapter 1891. On the way to the medical hall, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times stood on both sides and watched as Hall Master Z was carried in. Tao Hua Koan, who was born with an extremely strong physical body, was KO'd by a single punch from his last disciple. This was really sad. There was no other way. After the 9 dragon split palm was integrated with the power of the immortal sound, it underwent a complete qualitative change, and its power skyrocketed. Not to mention the Purple King, even if it was Jun Changshao, he would already be lying in the intensive care unit. Awesome! Woody clenched his fists and said, "It's too awesome." Using the power of the land of eternal life to display martial arts, that kind of feeling was too carefree, too unsatisfied. Of course. There was a flaw. The power of the immortal sound existed in the martial artist's body and even the soul, but like the attribute in the Dantian, it needed to be constantly strengthened and would be squandered. Woody defeated Z with one punch and used up all the power he had comprehended during this period of time. If he wanted to completely recover to his previous level, then he could only continue to listen to the immortal sound. To this, Jun Changshao was very satisfied. As long as the disciples all condensed the power of the immortal sound and used it to strengthen the 9 dragons split palm, it would definitely be considered a trump card. At that time, when fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor, all the disciples would turn into one-punch supermen. That scene would definitely be awesome. Patriarch Woody said, "Disciples' control of the power of the immortal sound is only 1%. If I can control 100% of it and add it to my martial arts, I can destroy at least half of the upper universe with one punch." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched, so exaggerated. The power of the land of eternal life can destroy the entire universe system. Woody said solemnly. The difference between the lower realm and the upper realm was the difference between the lower realm and the upper realm. Compared to the land of eternal life, one was a mortal and the other was an immortal. So, Jun Changxiao walked to the front of the hall, put his hands on his waist, and loudly encouraged the disciples, "When you all master the power of the immortal sound, you can also KO Hall Master Z. Listen. No words." Under the encouragement of the Patriarch, the disciples' eyes became burning, and then they began to focus on comprehending the heavenly sound. They crave power. He also yearned to KO Hall Master Z one day. Therefore, in the future, the Purple King might become the measuring tool for whether or not a disciple was strong, and whether or not he could control the power of heavenly sound. If so, please do not mourn. Ever since another use of the bronze cauldron was discovered, the disciples could be seen squatting at the entrance of the cauldron, waiting for their meals to arrive. Occasionally, they would exchange their experiences with each other. "Senior brother, he is here." As soon as Woody appeared, everyone would flock to him to ask for his heavenly voice. Don't squeeze. Ask them one by one, one by one. Sage Go Lingzi had fully integrated into the sect, so he was very attentive in explaining things to his fellow disciples. With such an expert from the land of eternal life as their teacher, everyone's comprehension of the power of immortal music would naturally become faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The disciples were already used to the lifestyle of entering the immortal land to comprehend the immortal music, so they were no longer as crazy as they were at the beginning. Instead, they began to gradually return to calmness. There were a few disciples eating in the cafeteria, and their conversations were all about the power of celestial music. "Senior brother." A disciple whose face had "not worthy of a name" written on it said excitedly, "I just found the feeling yesterday. I should be able to condense it in a few more days." Patriarch is right. As long as we are willing to work hard, we will definitely be able to grasp the power of celestial music. The disciple beside him said. Boom! Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from outside. Everyone looked towards the window and saw that on the huge martial arts field, their fellow disciples were divided into 2 teams and were playing football. Their eyes were filled with envy. Why were they envious? Because senior brother Su Xiaoma, who was dribbling the ball, had a bewitching light flowing around his feet. And that was the power of celestial music that everyone was painstakingly searching for. Little Fei. Su Xiaoma, who was dribbling the ball to the middle of the field, shouted, "Catch it." Bang! A huge kick was sent over. Because of the power of celestial music, the ball of happiness seemed to be enveloped in flames. It stuck close to the ground as it flew over. Everywhere it passed, there would be a deep trench. The power of this kick was very strong. Even if it was any other half-step Tianji, they would not dare to take it head-on. They were afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. Thump, thump, thump. Li Fei ran towards the ball of happiness. Then, he jumped into the air and struck a golden hook pose. His golden right leg was instantly enveloped in a bewitching light. That's right. The power of celestial music. Bang! The ball of happiness was hit again. It was forced to change its route and fly towards the goal at a tricky angle. Please don't be fooled by these simple words. In fact, after the ball was hit by the power of celestial music, it disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the goal. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have sneaked past in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of hands exploded with a bewitching light. Like a pair of pliers, it directly clamped the ball of happiness that was about to break through the goal. Yang Yuhua stabilized her body and a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Su Xiaomao and Li Fei held their heads in disappointment. From the simple kicking of the ball, it could be seen that after half a year, the core disciples and some quasi-core disciples had successfully comprehended the power of celestial music. Moreover, they could use it well in their daily life. Not only that. In the kitchen of the cafeteria, Ma Yongning used a black cloth to cover his eyes. His palm lightly touched the chopping board and suddenly slammed down. The neatly arranged vegetables immediately bounced up. When they fell down again, they were already cut into 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. The entire process was like moving clouds and flowing water. Then, some students would ask, how did you cut the vegetables without a knife? Because of the power of celestial music. Perhaps because he was more low-key, Ma Yongning did not release the bewitching attribute openly. Instead, he used it invisibly. He even reached the realm of although there is no knife in my hand, there are thousands of knives in my heart. Uncle Ma, quickly serve the dishes. Okay. Ma Yongning removed the black cloth covering his eyes. Then, he sent the cut vegetables over to Lu Wancher. That woman was even more impressive. She did not even look and poured all the vegetables into the bronze cauldron. Then, she hugged it with both hands. The power of celestial music exploded as she shook it with all her might. There was fire in her heart and oil in her eyes. That's right. She was stir-frying. Whether or not the cauldron could be used for stir-frying did not depend on whether the spoon could be used well. It depended on the strength of the stir-fryer. The attribute from the land of eternal life could not only be used to kick a ball, cut vegetables, and stir-fry vegetables. It could also be used in other areas. For example, the members of the array hall could use it to draw lines, and the members of the forging hall could use it to forge weapons. It could be said that it was only half a year. The sect of all times had already mastered the power of celestial music and successfully used it in various areas. The benefits of this were that the disciples were stronger, the dishes were more fragrant, and the array mecha had been upgraded in all aspects. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and watched the bewitching light appear everywhere in the sect. A gratified smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sky Devil Emperor. Wait for me for a while more. When the time comes, you and I will have a bloody battle on the beach. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu transmitted her voice, Yi Xingqian is in trouble outside. Chapter 1892. It had been more than half a year since the end of the universe's sacred war. Jun Changshao had been hiding in the Tianluo world. Why? He was afraid of being caught by the Sky Devil Emperor. Now he had to go out again because Yi Xingqian had run into trouble while looking for herbs. This trouble was not because of a conflict, but because he found the herbs he needed in a certain plain, but they were protected by all kinds of strange beasts. If there were only one or two, Night Emperor could easily deal with them, but there were too many of them. So, he could only ask for help from the sect. Let's go. After Jun Changshao received the news, he immediately announced, "Let's go to Xing Chen's plain." Xiao, in an inconspicuous valley in the Tianluo world, an inconspicuous grain of sand suddenly turned into eternal, its tail spewing out flames as it rushed towards the space barrier in the sky. Is the Sky Devil Emperor outside? Gu Tianqing was worried. Jun Changshao said calmly, "If he is, Xing Chen would have asked for help." Makes sense. Gu Tianqing immediately relaxed. Sure enough, Eternal flew out of the Tianluo world and merged into the universe. It was smooth sailing. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, "At least you're willing to accept your loss." In my opinion. Gu Tianqing said, "The Sky Devil Emperor should have something to deal with, so he didn't pay attention to us." He guessed right. So many of his foster sons had died in the hands of the sect of all times, the Sky Devil Emperor would definitely not let it go. At first, he did wait outside the Tianluo world, as long as Jun Changshao appeared, he would immediately kill him. But after a few days, his backyard was on fire. It was not his backyard, but a relatively important branch that was suddenly destroyed by the Night King Alliance. Jun Changshao had also killed many of the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates, even killing the Gallo King, but in the end, it was just guerrilla warfare. The destruction of a branch meant that the other party was openly provoking and declaring war. Courting death. After the Sky Devil Emperor heard the news, he immediately led his subordinates to the destroyed branch. In his opinion, Jun Changshao was nothing more than a wretched dog. No matter how much he barked, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But the Night King Alliance was different. This organization had already become a force to be reckoned with, and they even dared to destroy his own division. If he continued to tolerate them, who knew when they would attack the headquarters? They had to be severely punished and destroyed. From another point of view, Night King Alliance's sudden attack actually made it safer for Jun Changshao to hide in Tianluo world. If Go Xing knew about this, he would definitely sing at the top of his lungs, "A good teammate is not as good as a godly assist. An assist in a dream is fragrant. You carry the assist with you, blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water, boom. Boom. In a certain dimension, in a certain primeval forest." Yixingchen flew out magnificently and sunk into the mountain. His expression was hideous. The camera panned to the scene in front of them. There were no plants or rocks in this area for dozens of miles, only craters and flying dust. The space was distorted and shattered. It could be seen that this area had endured a lot of bombardment. Human. A sharp voice came from Night Emperor. "You are really stubborn." The one who spoke was a huge monster that looked like a dinosaur. Its entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of glass, giving off an indestructible aura. Its two eyeballs protruded out, looking very scary. This was the Lijian glass dragon. In terms of species rarity, it was comparable to the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. This kind of monster was usually a companion beast. Just like how the 9 layers of thunder clouds nurtured the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, the Lijian glass stone nurtured the Lijian glass dragon. This kind of beast that was born with the ore had an extremely strong defense, and its strength was not bad either. It had the strength of a half-step Tianji realm human. Moreover, there was more than one. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. The ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. 8 Lijian glass dragon walked over with heavy footsteps. Their physique and aura were the same, showing that their strength should be about the same. No wonder Yixingchen was beaten, no wonder he asked the sect for help. "Boss." A dragon beast drooled and said, "This human's strength is not bad, his meat must be very delicious. Let me say this first, I want to eat his head. I want to eat his hand." A few Lijian glass dragons began to discuss how to eat. Yixingchen clutched his chest, staring at the Lijian glass stone in the distance. This was a very important main ingredient in the miscarriage prevention formula. Therefore, knowing that it was very dangerous to be protected by 8 Li Jian glass dragons, he still chose to try to snatch it. As long as he could protect his flesh and blood, even if it was a cliff leading to hell, he would jump down without hesitation. Night Emperor. A real man. It's settled, I'll eat his body, and the rest is yours. A few Li Jian glass dragons finished their discussion, and then turned their ugly eyes to look. He was gone. Not good. They turned their heads and saw Yi Xingqian turning into a stream of light, rushing toward the Li Jian glass stone. On the way, a red light burst out, and the demonized Lu Bu appeared on the red hair. He raised his Fangtian halberd and said coldly, "Whoever comes, dies." Boom. As soon as he finished his words, a huge foot came down. Puff. Yi Xingqian's heroic spirit was defeated, and he immediately vomited blood, but he still rushed toward the Li Jian glass stone with more serious injuries. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: I must get this stone. Not to mention a few dragons, even the gods can't stop me. 1 meter. 2 meters, with the help of his terrifying will, Yi Xingqian finally got close to the Li Jian glass stone. He raised his blood-stained hands and placed them on the stone, and with a thought, he kept it in his space ring. Damn human. Don't you dare touch our treasure. The 8 Li Jian glass dragons' eyes were burning with anger. Some of them spat fire, and some of them raised their feet to stomp on him. Whoosh! Buzz! The space collapsed, and the heaven and earth shook. Feeling all kinds of power erupting from behind, Yi Xingqian felt a strong sense of death. When the disciple was in a situation of imminent death, according to the author's style, Jun Changshao would definitely lead the crowd to come. Especially the first chapter, which focused on the power of celestial music, this chapter was just right to show off. That's right. Go Xing brought his disciple here. Whoosh! When Eternal cut through the void and entered the plane where the Li Jian glass dragons lived, the heaven and earth attributes, flowers, and trees seemed to tremble. Regrettably, they were still one step too late. The tragic battle had ended, and the area where the Li Jian glass stone disappeared was left with all kinds of craters from the bombardment of cannonballs and huge feet. The 8 rare dragons looked at each other, and because they were too confused, they ignored the warship that flew in. Boom! Eternal stopped in the ruins, and the cabin quickly opened. Jun Changshao walked out angrily, and the high-level disciples behind him were also filled with killing intent. The star map of Eternal had provided Yi Xingqian's coordinates, but it suddenly disappeared. This made them realize that they were too late, and the star was already Patriarch. Li Qingyang suppressed his grief and said, "Junior brother Yi should have fought here." Jun Changshao kept his head down until he felt Yi Xingqian's aura on the battlefield getting weaker. He looked up with a ferocious expression and said with bloodshot eyes, "Tear them to pieces." The 8 Li Jian glass dragons were so scared that their scalps almost exploded. At that moment, this human's eyes were like the eyes of the devil. Standing behind him, the group of martial artists who were gradually turning black were like the followers of the devil who walked out from hell. It's over. It's over. Chapter 1893. Jun Changshao came. The 8 Li Jian glazed dragons were definitely going to suffer. In the worst-case scenario, he would die. However, he was still able to preserve his life because Jian Guishu had said something. Jun Patriarch. These are life-bound beasts, which are extremely precious in the upper universe. It's a pity to kill them. It's better to capture them and send them to the eternal world to nurture special ores. The place that was favorable to the glazed stones was favorable to the glazed dragons. Similarly, the place that was favorable to the glazed dragons would be favorable to the glazed stones. Jun Changshao adopted the suggestion of the Guishu senior. However, he could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. As a result, the disciples of the sect of all times lined up and took turns to take care of the 8 Li Jian glazed dragons with the power of Tian Yin. They did not stop until they were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. Stomp. Jun Changshao stepped on the face of a dragon beast and roared, "Where are my disciples?" The Li Jian glazed dragon had already known that Yi Xingqian was with this group of people. Because the clothes they wore were very similar, it said weakly, "That human, suddenly disappeared. Yes, yes. The dragon beast hurriedly said, "He just disappeared into thin air." Just now, they were going to tear Yi Xingqian apart and eat him separately, but he suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, they would not have stood there in a daze for a long time. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang stood in front of the glazed stones, pointed to the bloody handprints on it, and said, "It's junior brother Ye's blood." P.S. The previous chapter said that Yi Xingqian was put into the space, but it had been changed. In fact, before Yi Xingqian could be put into the space, he had disappeared into thin air. Jun Changshao came over, looking at the 2 pairs of bloody handprints. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the scene where Yi Xingqian snatched the medicinal materials and was seriously injured. The anger and killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Alas! Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "This is Lijian-colored glazed stone, the most important main ingredient in the prescription. That child must be too impatient and acted before we arrived." Jun Changshao waved his hand and collected the herbs. Then, he turned around and dragged the green dragon crescent blade towards the Li Jian glazed dragon step by step. His eyes gradually darkened. "You hurt my disciple. She caused him to disappear again. If I don't chop you into pieces today, how can I vent the anger in my heart?" Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu hurriedly advised, "Calm down. Calm down. Child, your disciple might have been rescued by an expert. Our top priority is to find him as soon as possible." Gu Tianqing said. "Yes." Jun Changshao said, "Hurry up and find them." Swish. Swish. In the next second, starry sky battleships appeared in the eternal world, breaking through the space barrier and flying in all directions of the universe. It was a pity. After a few days of searching, there was no news. Jun Changshao was burning with anxiety and restlessness. He went to the pagoda of confinement again and again to ask the 8 dragon beasts if they had harmed his disciple. The answer he received was that they had indeed disappeared into thin air. Area. Serve these bastards well. Yes, master. After Jun Changshao left the pagoda of confinement, Arya faced the camera and put on white gloves, a white mask, and a white coat. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu stood aside like 2 door gods. One was responsible for passing the whip, and the other was responsible for passing the candle. Their eyes could not hide their excitement and excitement. Ding! Your friends, the prison trio, are online. Feng Wanli, who was locked in the prison, saw the serious and excited faces of the 3 and suddenly shivered unconsciously. Slap! Slap! Ah ah ah! The torture began and the howls sounded. Feng Wanli had prepared himself mentally, but when he heard the miserable screams of the 8 dragon beasts, he was still so shocked that his head was about to explode. Speak or not? Speak or not? Ah ah! Speak! Speak! Arya stopped and put her hands on her waist. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "My cute brother Xingqian, did you kill him?" "No. No." Slap slap slap. Ah! One of the dragon beasts could not bear the pain from the inside out. His mind suddenly became clear. When the other party waved the whip again, he hurriedly said, "When that guy disappeared, I smelled the scent of Zen." "Yes, yes. I smelled it too." The few dragons howled one after another. They did not care about their dignity anymore. Scent of Zen. Feng Wanli, who was squatting in the prison, muttered in his heart, could it be, Sect of all times? Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, his chin resting on the back of his hand. His brows were furrowed. Jun Patriarch, don't worry. Jian Guishu said, your disciple might have been saved by a passing expert. He had seen the scene. Although there were traces of a fierce battle, it was not enough to wipe out Yixingchen, so the life-bound beast should not be lying. He had indeed disappeared into thin air. There were only two possibilities for him to disappear. First, he had used a secret technique to escape in a moment of crisis. Second, he had been saved by an expert, intentionally or unintentionally. Yixingchen's bloody handprints were left on the Li Jian glazed stone, which proved that he was determined to get it. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to escape, so the only possibility was that he had been saved. Senior. Jun Changshao said, do you know who it is? I don't know. Jian Guishu shook his head. Jun Changshao was instantly depressed. However, Jian Guishu said solemnly, to be able to take a living person away in front of 8 Li Jian glazed dragons without anyone noticing, the person's strength should not be below mine. Oh. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. This information was very important, because in the upper universe, there were definitely only a handful of warriors who were stronger than Jian Guishu. Patriarch. Ryu Sinan said worriedly, could it be the Sky Demonic Emperor? I think so too, Jian Guishu said. That's impossible. Jun Changshao said, if it's him, shouldn't he be killed immediately? Jian Guishu said, the Sky Demonic Emperor is an ambitious person, and he especially pays attention to cultivating his minions. I'm worried that he will take a fancy to your sect's disciple and then forcibly control him in some way. Smack. Jun Changshao slammed the table and stood up, roaring angrily, how dare he? Of course. Jian Guishu said, I'm just guessing. Maybe some big shot happened to pass by and saved your sect's disciple along the way. I hope so. Jun Changshao sat down, his face full of worry. Jian Guishu's guess just now had completely confirmed his thoughts. He even began to imagine that the Sky Demonic Emperor had brainwashed Yixingchen, and then one day, he would cold-bloodedly raise his sword to his fellow sect members. The plot of leaving the sect in the future was already brain-dead enough. There must not be an even more brain-dead plot. Quarreling among fellow sect members really increased feelings. Fellow sect members turned against each other and killed each other. No matter what the reason was, in a serious and hot-blooded sect novel, it was definitely feeding the reader shit. So, Master. Just as Jun Changshao was about to break down, Arya's voice came, I have a clue. Swoosh. Jun Changshao hurriedly merged into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The 8 pocket-sized dragon beasts were tightly huddled together, so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Jun Changshao didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at Feng Wanli who was hanging in mid-air and asked rather puzzledly, Arya, why are you serving him? Patriarch. Dai Lu explained, when I was serving these dragons just now, I found that there was something wrong with this guy's eyes. So I served him too. Arya raised her small head and said. And the result? Jun Changshao asked. Arya looked at Feng Wanli who was hung up and said, do you want to speak, or should I? I'll speak. Feng Wanli said with a pained expression, your disciple, may have been taken away by my master, Night King. Jun Changshao frowned. Damn. The system broke down, the disciple's disappearance hasn't even been a chapter and the case has been solved. What a fucking shame. Chapter 1894. In an antique room, Yixingchen slowly woke up from his coma. Swish. After regaining his senses, he suddenly stood up, and his gaze gradually turned sinister. Wasn't I snatching the glass stone? Why am I lying on the bed like a fragment? Here. Where is this place? Creak. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open. A woman who still retained her charm walked over and sat down on a chair. She very naturally used her hand to tuck the hair in front of her shoulder and smiled. You're awake. This woman was very beautiful. Her face was like jade, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. There were no flaws at all. However, in front of one of the two super straight men in the sect of all times, Yixingchen, the other party only had a graceful figure. As for her impeccable face, it was like a blank slate. Who are you? Zhongli Zian. I don't know you. Don't you know me now? Zhongli Zian was smiling from beginning to end. Her smile was so captivating. If it was Little Dou or any other normal martial artist, they would have been overjoyed. Yixingchen's expression didn't change. He said coldly, "You saved me." His memory stopped at the moment when he was about to put the glass stone into his spatial ring. At the same time, a few dragon beasts rushed over and the situation was critical. I don't have that much ability. Zhongli Zian smiled. The one who saved you is my alliance master. Alliance master? Yixingchen asked, who? Night King. Zhongli Zian said. Hearing these two words, Yixingchen's expression instantly stiffened. Ever since he saw the scene of the future in the cave, he had always been conflicted about this name. Now, he was actually saved by him. Could it be that the future was going to be revealed step by step? In the end, he would have to leave the sect of all times and live with that woman forever? Yixingchen clutched his chest. If it was before, he would definitely firmly deny it. But now, he didn't express his opinion. It seemed that he was wavering. What made Yixingchen waver wasn't Jia Lingyao, but the child in her belly. Blood was thicker than water. Little fellow. Zhongli Zian smiled. The alliance head is waiting for you. Follow me to the main hall. Should I go or not? Yixingchen was struggling internally. The fearless him was now especially afraid. He was afraid of what would happen in the future. He was afraid that he would slowly walk down the path of no return and leave the sect of all times. Zhongli Zian seemed to have seen through Night Emperor's thoughts and said, some things are destined to be unchangeable. Since we've come this far, the only thing we can do is face it calmly and not be overly cautious. That makes sense. Yixingchen relaxed. When he walked out of the room, he realized that he was in a moving mountain, surrounded by extremely tall buildings. That was right. This was the headquarters of the Night King Alliance. The reason why the mountain moved was because of the mountain-moving black tortoise. Strangely enough, Yixingchen was no stranger to him. In fact, he felt a little familiar. He thought to himself, maybe it's because of what I saw in the illusion. Night King Alliance Hall. In terms of scale, it was much more luxurious than the sect of all times. Yixingchen walked in. He could no longer calm down because the decorations inside were no different from what he saw in the illusion. Zhongli Zian didn't follow him in. Thus, he was the only one in the hall. The atmosphere was so quiet that he could even hear the sound of breathing. You're here. Just as Yixingchen was looking around, a gentle voice came from behind him. He didn't turn around and calmly said, I'm here. Are you familiar with this place? Yes. Are you curious why it's so familiar? If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon replace you and sit on your chair. At this point, Yixingchen finally turned around and looked at the mysterious masked man sitting on the Alliance head's throne. Their gazes met and the atmosphere became even more silent. Haha. Night Emperor raised his head and laughed. It seems like you've already been to the Sky Spill world and obtained the memories left there. You left it? Yixingchen frowned. No. Night Emperor was silent for a moment. You left it. Me? Yixingchen was stunned. Night Emperor stood up and walked down from below. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Xingqian and looked out the door. Tsang Ocean has 32 spirit seeds. One of them is the spirit of time and space. It can peer into the past and future. What do you mean? Yi Xingqian didn't understand. I have a close friend who once fused with the most heaven-defying spirit seed in the upper universe, Night Emperor said. A friend from nothing? Yi Xingqian said indifferently. Night Emperor didn't mind the other's mockery and continued, he's a proud person, but his talent is extraordinary. In just 10,000 years, he entered the Fate realm. Yi Xingqian was silent. 10,000 years to enter the Fate realm. It was indeed worth bragging about. Counting the time, Night Emperor had been reborn for less than 100 years. Wasn't it even more exaggerated that he had reached the half-step? He didn't think so. Because in this life, he had been able to improve so quickly, all because of the sect and the patriarch. If it weren't for these factors, he would probably still be trying to break through to the martial king or Wu Huang in the lower world. Your close friend can't be me, right? Yi Xingqian knew himself quite well. Just the fact that he was a proud and aloof person was enough to make a connection. That's right. Night Emperor said, it's you. Yi Xingqian wasn't surprised. In fact, after entering the very familiar hall, he had already prepared himself. No matter what secret he learned, he would remain calm, unless, he couldn't help it. Later. Night Emperor continued, my close friend wasn't satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to pursue higher things, so he began to use the spirit of time and space to peer into the future, hoping to be enlightened. What a pity. Although the spirit seed is powerful, every time it is used, its lifespan will decrease until one day it runs out of oil. Died? Yes. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Entering the divine realm didn't mean absolute immortality, but at least one could live for a very, very long time. This kind of method of playing oneself to death was too amazing. Fortunately, Night Emperor said, he still has the spirit of reincarnation. Yi Xingqian said in surprise, he fused with 2 spirit seeds. As far as he knew, apart from the sect master, everyone could only inherit 1 spirit seed that existed in the upper universe. That's right. Night Emperor nodded. Heh. Yi Xingqian said, your friend isn't simple. I forgot to tell you. Night Emperor said, he fused with a total of 10 spirit seeds. The other 8 are the spirit of evil, the spirit of fire soul, the spirit of space, the spirit of 5 thunder, the spirit of sand, the spirit of withering glory, the spirit of purgatory, and the spirit of frost. Yi Xingqian opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He had prepared himself, but this time, he couldn't help it. 1 person. 10 spirit seeds. Even the patriarch wasn't so freakish. What a pity. Night Emperor shook his head. Because he tried to pry into the secrets of the heavens, he was severely punished. After his death, all 10 spirit seeds left him and became ownerless again. I don't know if anyone else has inherited them after all these years. Yi Xingqian fell silent. Of the 10 spirit seeds, 2 were inherited by the patriarch, 1 by Gu Zhaoxi, 1 by Ryu Sinan, 1 by Gong Sun Ho, and 1 by second senior brother. If he took the rest, it would be the same as the sect of all times taking them all. After saying so much, you should understand now, right? I'm your friend. I have 10 spirit seeds. Yi Xingqian lowered his head and walked forward. He stopped in front of the alliance leader's throne and said, I'm still Night Emperor. That's right. The person said, you're Night Emperor. I'm Night Emperor. Who are you? Yi Xingqian said with a dark expression. The person stood in place, slowly removing the mask on her face. You can call me Jia Lingyao, or Empress Lingyao. Chapter 1895. When the woman took off her mask, her voice changed from weathered to light and mellow. As expected. As long as she didn't reveal her true face, the chances of her being a woman were very high. For example, Shi Jingxian had been Gu Hongzhenren's disciple. Please, can't you do something else? Whoosh! Yi Xingqian turned around, shock in his eyes. The woman who had revealed her true face looked a lot like Jia Lingyao and Empress Lingyao, as if she was a combination of the two. However, her eyes were dim and her face was unusually pale. At first glance, she looked malnourished, but upon closer inspection, she looked like she was nearing the end of her life. Trust yourself. Get rid of it. The woman was at the end of her tether, and her breathing was ragged. She tried to put on a charming smile. Are you surprised? Yi Xingqian's expression was unreadable, but he was more shocked than anything else. He was already having a hard time suppressing the fact that he was the Night King. Now that he had seen the fake Night King's true face, he was even more shocked. You, Yi Xingqian said in a low voice, who is it? Ling Yao, who has been by your side all this time, through life and death with you, the woman said. Yi Xingqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent again. She was too much like Empress Ling Yao, and so new and old grudges came to the fore. I know you hate me, Ling Yao said. Ling Yao replied, but please forgive me for my selfishness and stubbornness for having accompanied you for so long. Her voice sounded more and more like Empress Ling Yao. Slap! Yi Xingqian rushed down and grabbed her by the neck. He said angrily with a murderous aura, don't try to play tricks here. He felt that killing Empress Ling Yao in the upper realm was not that simple. Now that he had encountered her again, there must be a conspiracy. Perhaps that woman was not dead at all. Every step was planned by her in advance. In order to obtain the Taishan Sutra, she had cruelly killed herself. In order to ascend to the upper realm, she had lied to the 9 great emperors. In Yi Xingqian's heart, Empress Ling Yao was a vicious woman who was good at scheming and would do anything. I don't have much time. Ling Yao, who was bound, did not resist. Can you let me explain? She said weakly. Like begging, like pleading. Strangely enough, Yi Xingqian, who was originally extremely angry, suddenly felt a trace of softness in his heart, and the strength in his hands gradually weakened. In the past, you knew that divining the future would consume your lifespan, but you still did it without hesitation. Do you know why? Ling Yao asked. Why? I found an opportunity to break through to a higher level. What opportunity? When Yi Xingqian asked this, a bitter look appeared on Ling Yao's face. She said, I accompanied you for hundreds of thousands of years. I thought we were the closest, but there were some things that you never told me. It was as if you treated me as an outsider. Of course I have to be on guard against a scheming woman, Yi Xingqian said calmly. After you were reborn, you forgot everything. I don't blame you for saying this. Ling Yao looked at him and said, but remember, Ling Yao, have schemed against many people in my life, but I have never schemed against you, the Night Prince. Empress Ling Yao, what did Jia Ling Yao say? Yi Xingqian's face darkened as he asked, don't tell me that it was just your avatar and everything was just a test. They are not my avatars, Ling Yao said. Ling Yao replied, they are people of flesh and blood, and have their own thoughts. Do you think I will believe that? Yi Xingqian was certain that Empress Ling Yao and Jia Ling Yao were her avatars. Everything had been part of her plan, part of her scheme. The 32 spirit seeds of the Zhangxi school were created by the heavens and earth. One of them was born with 2 types of souls. Although they are not separate, they are independent of each other. That is why it is called the spirit of soul restoration, Ling Yao said. Yi Xingqian frowned. That's right. Ling Yao said, I inherited this spirit seed. Yi Xingqian said with a straight face, so it's different from an avatar. Ling Yao did not answer the question. Instead, she said to herself, you used your lifespan to divine the future again and again until one day you found an opportunity to break through to a higher level. When you realized that you did not have much time left, you chose to reincarnate. Yi Xingqian was stunned. So it was not that her lifespan had run out, but that she had committed suicide. You, the Night King, chose to end your own life in order to become stronger, but did you ever consider your friends and family? Did you ever consider me? When Ling Yao said this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Although it had happened a long time ago, it was still unforgettable. When he came to the secret room as usual and saw the cold corpse, the pain in his heart was intense. You left just because you said so. Ling Yao said sorrowfully, when did you ever consider my feelings? No. You never considered others. In your heart, martial arts were always more important than anything else. Even if it was the Night King alliance that you personally established, even if it was the subordinates who fought with you on the battlefield, you could abandon them all and pursue a higher level without hesitation. When Yi Xingqian heard this, he tightened his grip and said coldly, your so-called explanation is to criticize me? You are selfish, you are heartless, you have no sense of responsibility. Ling Yao laughed as she cried, and said, but I still love you. Isn't that silly? She had described the Night King as a close friend, but true love was more accurate. However, this love was one-sided. Even if it had always been by his side, taking care of the internal affairs of the organization without complaint. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was a bit like June Changshao and Rose of Flowers. The latter had always taken care of the sect without asking for anything in return. But, from what he knew so far, Go Sheng was ultimately more reliable than the Night King. At least he wasn't so selfish and heartless, and had even begun to take on the responsibility of a husband. After you were dismembered, I met Wei Buzi. Ling Yao controlled her emotions and said, he told me that with your personality, no matter how many times you were reborn, you would not change, unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves to help you change yourself. Here came the main point. Ling Yao continued, I used your corpse as the eye of the formation to set up the karmic reincarnation array, and forcibly dismembered the spirits of the resurrected souls, so that they would intersect with you after reincarnation, forming a karmic connection. This was in hopes of changing your extremely short-sighted, cold-blooded and heartless personality. Empress Ling Yao was killed by you. Which means that she still failed. Yi Xingqian's face darkened. To change his cold-blooded and heartless personality, she had deliberately stabbed him in the back. Was this not a deliberate attempt to kill him? Empress Ling Yao may have inherited half of my soul, but after being separated from my body, she is no longer under my control. She is herself, and has her own thoughts and ideas, Ling Yao said. Yi Xingqian's face was cold. She must have inherited your schemes as well. I don't deny that, Ling Yao said. But Jia Ling Yao inherited the other half of your soul, and does not know how to scheme. I hope you will treat her well in the future. At the mention of Jia Ling Yao, Yi Xingqian thought of the child in his womb, and his face gradually twisted. It was clear that he was very conflicted. At that moment, Ling Yao's body gradually faded, and then she laughed. My soul has been separated into two independent living beings. I've actually died long ago, and I've only been relying on a secret technique to survive, leading them forward as the Night King. I'm tired. Now that you're finally here, I have no more regrets. Yi Xingqian let go of her. She had faded, and he could no longer catch her. Night King. Ling Yao's face gradually cracked. She tiptoed and leaned over, forcing a smile. Before I leave, can I hug you? Yi Xingqian's heart suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles. He did not speak, nor did he refuse. Unfortunately, Ling Yao's body had completely faded, and when she tried to hug Yi Xingqian, she passed through his body. She stood behind him in a daze, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Perhaps it's my fate to never have you. Her body collapsed and turned into starlight. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. This is the great promise you once made, and I will always watch from the heavens. The starlight gradually faded, and so did her voice until it completely disappeared. Yi Xingqian clutched his chest, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and walked to the luxurious chair, and sat down steadily. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, the Night King Alliance's leaders, who had been lined up neatly outside the hall, bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Night King. We pledge our lives to follow you through fire and water." Chapter 1896. When Yi Xingqian sat down, the entire Night King Alliance cheered. Even the giant turtle stopped and lowered its head in worship. Their king. After countless years, he had finally returned. Ah! Yi Xingqian, who was sitting on the Alliance Master's throne, held his head and screamed in pain. The memories buried deep in his soul surged out like a flood. Those were fragments of memories and scenes that completely recorded the various experiences of his previous life. He, the Night King. He had broken through to the Heaven's Legacy realm in 10,000 years. During that time, he had fused with 10 spirit seeds. Later, he had been unwilling to stop and had continued to deduce the future. When he had found a way to break through to a higher level, he had chosen to commit suicide without hesitation. He had abandoned his family. He had abandoned his subordinates. He had abandoned the woman who had accompanied him for hundreds of thousands of years. After countless reincarnations, he had been reborn on the falling star continent. These were the memories Yi Xingqian had obtained. He had realized that if Ling Yao had not forcefully established a karmic relationship with him and appeared as Empress Ling Yao, he might have continued to reincarnate until he found a chance to break through to a higher level. I understand, I understand. The pain subsided and the Night King said seriously, I've been reborn more than once. Yes. He had been reborn many times. As for Yi Xingqian, he was just a character who had been reborn countless times. According to the plan before committing suicide, any character would start from nothing and become powerful until their lifespan ran out and they were reborn again. Ling Yao. Yi Xingqian said, my goal was not to find a chance, but to find a chance through reincarnation. Back then, he had used the spirit of time to deduce the future. Every time he felt like he was about to touch something, he would be blocked by a wall with the words, life is death, death is life. At that time, as the Night King, he had fallen into obsession and even became extreme. In the end, he thought that he had to experience life and death again to understand it. So, he had decisively killed himself. Too stupid, Yi Xingqian said. His future self's evaluation of his past self hit the nail on the head. Perhaps some of you might not understand, but as the class representative, I'll summarize it briefly. The Night King pursued a higher realm and chose to reincarnate continuously. If there had been no accidents, he would have continued on. But Ling Yao had made use of the karma reincarnation array to forcefully integrate the spirit of the resurrected soul into the other party's life, and then, she had stabbed him. Well done. All of a sudden, chaos ensued. Ling Yao forced herself into my life with another identity. Although she changed her original plan, she also inadvertently allowed me to join the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian thought to himself. Seizing Pei Aniu's body and being forced to join the sect was not part of the plot. But Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said with excitement in his eyes, perhaps this is the opportunity that I've been searching for after countless reincarnations. In that case, Ling Yao had sacrificed her cultivation and forced herself into his life. What did she get in return? To be honest, from her perspective, she didn't get anything. Even when her soul dissipated, she didn't even get to hug him. However, in the grand scheme of things, because Empress Ling Yao had stabbed the Night Emperor, the plot had changed. After meeting Jun Changshao and joining the sect of all times, his personality had slowly changed. Just as Wei Buzi had said. No matter how many reincarnations the Night Emperor went through, he would not change his personality. Unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves. Ling Yao had chosen to sacrifice herself, so he had changed. Of course. It couldn't be said that he didn't get anything. At least, when Yixingchen regained his memories of his past life, he remembered how this woman had cared for him in every possible way. Guilt rose in his heart. Especially when he thought of Jia Ling Yao, his attitude changed. If it had been before, Jun Changshao would have asked Yixingchen whether he wanted to save the woman or the child. He would definitely choose to save the child. Now that he was asked, he would definitely choose to save both. Some people would say, that Empress Ling Yao would be forcefully cleansed just like that. In reality, Empress Ling Yao was Empress Ling Yao. Although she had half of Ling Yao's soul, she was still an independent living being. And she had died long ago. More accurately, she had completed her mission. As the creator, Ling Yao had also completed her mission when she separated her soul from her body. Both were the cause of karma. The other half of her soul, Jia Ling Yao, was the cause of karma. I'm sorry. The more he searched through his memories, the more guilty Yixingchen felt. I was too much of a bastard, he said to himself. I neglected everyone in pursuit of martial arts. This will never happen again. I will use my life to protect Jia Ling Yao. It was over. This was about to connect with the future he'd seen. Sect of all times disciple Yixingchen entered the disconnect countdown. If Ling Yao could hold on a little longer and hear what he was thinking, she wouldn't be depressed or helpless when she left. Instead, she would be relieved and happy. My king. The Night Emperor walked into the hall and cupped his hands. The Celestial Demon Emperor has brought disaster to the universe. Please show us the way. Seeing these people who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, Yixingchen felt even more guilty. It was all thanks to Ling Yao's leadership. Otherwise, this organization would have lost its leader and become a speck of dust in history. Is there a way? Yixingchen clasped his hands together and said solemnly, there is. Everyone grew excited. Whoosh! Yixingchen stood up, the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time erupting. From today onwards, the Night Emperor Alliance will be part of the Sect of all times. We will listen to Jun Patriarch's orders. No one is allowed to resist. Crack! The atmosphere froze. The Night Emperor Alliance's upper echelons were all listening attentively, but their leader wanted them to be part of the Sect of all times. This was completely unexpected. My king. Zhongli Zian said. The Sect of all times might be in cahoots with the Celestial Demon Emperor. They even captured Elder Feng. At this point, she shut her mouth because Yixingchen looked over coldly and said, this is my order. All you need to do is to obey. Very strong. Very much like the Night Emperor. Yes. Everyone said in unison, but they were puzzled. Why would the once proud and arrogant Night Emperor be willing to be under someone else? Because, he was both the Night Emperor and Yixingchen. Or perhaps, the real Night Emperor had died long ago. Although he had regained his memories, he was still Yixingchen, a disciple of the Sect of all times. Just like how Ling Yao was already dead. Although Jia Ling Yao had half of her soul, she was still a new life form. Let's go. Yixingchen stood up and said, follow this king to the Sect of all times. Being in such a hurry was only one of the reasons. The other was that he was worried about Jia Ling Yao. Gou Xing's attitude toward the rows of flowers had slowly changed. From being insincere at the beginning, to secretly helping to prune the roses, to finally being honest. What about Yixingchen? After understanding the cause and effect, his attitude toward Jia Ling Yao did a 180-degree turn. If he had to give a reason, it would be that he had let Ling Yao down in his previous life. In this life, he couldn't let down the remaining half of her soul. I love this woman. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the outside, and the whole hall was on the verge of collapse. The camera panned outside. Huge battleships appeared out of thin air and quickly formed an inescapable net, completely sealing off the entire mountain. There were so many of them that it could be called grains of sand in the Ganges. Night King Alliance. A sinister voice resounded through the sky. Immediately remove them from the upper universe. Not good. The higher-ups of Night King Alliance were shocked. It's the Celestial Demon Emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the members of the Night King Alliance all moved and gathered at the training ground. They were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Roar! The mountain-moving Saint Turtle raised its head and roared. Buzz! 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 The defensive barrier that had been weakened by the bombardment became solid again. A strong murderous aura gathered in the entire plain, indicating that a fierce battle was about to take place. As the main character of this book, Jun Changshao was on his way. Chapter 1897. Xiao, Eternal flew at full speed in the endless universe. Where were they going? Night King Alliance. From Feng Wanli's words, Jun Changshao could basically confirm that Yi Xingqian was kidnapped by some Night King. What if he was saved? The system asked. Impossible. Jun Changshao swore, I captured the protector of Night King Alliance, would they be kind enough to save him? Even if they did, they must have other intentions. The system said, that makes sense. It was rare for him to guess correctly and not be slapped in the face, but in the end, he was led into a ditch by Gou Sheng. Sure. Jun Changshao sneered, you don't plan to use money to ransom him, but instead kidnap my disciple, are you planning to use him as a bargaining chip? He was sure that Night King Alliance kidnapped Yi Xingqian, not saved him. This was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Of course, Gou Sheng was no stranger to extortion, and almost never failed. If the other party really wanted to use his disciple as a bargaining chip, he would definitely consider it seriously. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing said solemnly, if we go this time, it won't be easy to negotiate, I'm afraid there will be trouble. To put it bluntly, it meant that there would be a fight if they went. Uncle, don't worry. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said proudly, my sect of all times is afraid of anything, but not fighting. Gu Tianqing was speechless, Night King Alliance has always been fighting against Sky Demon Emperor, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Actually, we don't have to be so stiff, why don't we work together to fight against the demon that is harming the universe? As long as they are willing to join the Jun Alliance, I will treat them as friends. Jun Changshao said. How can they join the Jun Alliance after torturing their protector to the point where he is better off dead? Host, stop dreaming. The system mocked, besides, Night King is not an ordinary person, why would he be willing to lower himself to others? As long as there was a good opportunity, the system would mercilessly mock him. Although it was mostly slapped in the face, it had already become a habit. Face. Whatever. However. You can't take that away from me. Even though she knew that she would be slapped in the face, she still insisted on sticking her face close to his. Patriarch. Shengwan Xinyao, who was in charge of piloting Eternal, brought out the star map and said with a solemn expression, there is a sudden surge of energy in the star field ahead. Oh. Jun Changshao got up and walked over. From the star map, it could be clearly seen that the weak energy was rippling, wave after wave, becoming clearer and denser. What did it mean? There should be a relatively large energy source ahead. Because the commotion was too great, it spread even further and was caught by Eternal. Can you determine the distance? No. Jun Changshao rested his chin on his hand. Since he couldn't determine the distance, it meant that they were very far away from each other. Clearly, frequent energy fluctuations had been detected. Could it be that there were powerhouses comparable to an army fighting in that star field? Go around it, Jun Changshao said. He was in a hurry to get to Night King Alliance, so he definitely wouldn't go there just to watch the show. We can't go around it. Shangguan Xinyao shook her head and said, the energy fluctuation area is on the route we have to pass. Jun Changshao said helplessly, then try not to be discovered, lest we get into trouble. Yes. Wuxia Eternal was like a lone boat in the sea, quickly merging into the waves formed by the weak ripples. However, as they got closer, the intensity and frequency of the energy fluctuations increased. A fierce battle. Jian Guishu said, could it be two top planes fighting? Jun Changshao was tempted. He really wanted to see the scene of top planes fighting. However, he still had to rescue Yi Xingqian, so he could only suppress his curiosity and ask, how long until we reach Night King Realm? Estimated. Shangguan Xinyao suddenly stopped talking, her delicate fingers tapping on the projection keyboard, and the star map was enlarged infinitely. After confirming something, she said in surprise, Patriarch, the energy is coming from the star field we are heading to. Oh. Jun Changshao asked curiously, is Night King Alliance fighting with someone else? Night King is a mysterious person, and his strength is unfathomable. No plane or force in the upper universe dares to offend him, unless. Jian Guishu said with a serious expression, Celestial Demon Emperor. That's interesting, Jun Changshao said. He had a grudge with Celestial Demon Emperor and Night King Alliance, so he would be happy to see them fight. Perhaps he could even fish in troubled waters if he rushed over. Drive faster. Go Xing said, let's go watch the show. Wuxia Eternal continued forward, and as it got closer, the image captured by the star map became clearer. Damn! The upper echelons and disciples in the cockpit all gathered around, their faces filled with shock. On the map screen, they could clearly see the traces of battleships in the universe. 1, 2, several thousand of them. Jun Changxiao's expression turned serious. Just from the traces alone, he could imagine that there were at least 1,000 battleships, and the scale was not inferior to Celestial Demon Emperor's destruction of Gu Xianyuan realm. Looks like, Jian Guishu said in a deep voice, Celestial Demon Emperor is determined to destroy Night King Alliance. Jun Changshao, who had wanted to watch the show, suddenly became worried. Celestial Demon Emperor had sent out so many battleships. It would be terrible if Yi Xingqian was hurt. Hurry! Hurry! Jun Changshao urged Shangguan Xinyao to speed up. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from outside. From the cockpit window, they could clearly see a huge cloud of fire rising abruptly and gradually forming the shape of a mushroom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a gust of wind as sharp as a knife swept over, carrying violent energy ripples. Jun Changshao and the disciples were all dumbfounded. An explosion of this level was simply too shocking. While everyone was shocked, only Shangguan Xinyao remained absolutely calm. She immediately waved her right hand and turned the steering wheel like an experienced driver. Whoosh! As the gust of wind roared like a beast, Eternal suddenly drifted from its extreme speed and then flew diagonally to the side, engaging in a race of life and death with the powerful ripples. At this moment, I am willing to call Shangguan Xinyao Mount Akina Race God. Wuxia Eternal went all out, racing against time, racing against the collapse of the sky and the earth. Fortunately, it was at the edge of the explosion. Fortunately, the battleship had been modified many times and its performance had greatly improved. In the end, it successfully flew out of the shockwave's range and then with an extremely elegant movement, steadily stopped in space. Everyone stand up. Pour a cup of cappuccino for the race god. However, when Eternal came to a stop, the people in the cockpit were scattered in all sorts of strange postures. Some of their faces were stuck to the wall, some of their butts were stuck to other people's faces. The situation was very chaotic. Aya! Su Xiaoma cried out, my butt. Eternal suddenly made a big turn and he was sent flying, then he sat on someone's face. It should have been soft, but, it was like hitting a steel plate, and there were even thorns. Damn you! Jun Changshao pushed Su Xiaoma's butt away and squinted at the cockpit window. He saw two figures in the boiling mushroom cloud in front of them. One of them was the demonic emperor. The other, looking at the familiar figure, Gosheng thought for a while and said in surprise, Zhang San. Chapter 1898. Jun Changshao had once gone to the Scarlet Prison realm to help Wuxia regain control of the plane. Do you remember when he suddenly turned back and caught a mysterious black-robed man after wiping out all the vassals? That's right. He called himself Zhang San. He also said that he had a friend called Li Si. Zhang San was tortured by Jun Changshao and said that he couldn't beat him, but he had been letting him win. Oh. I didn't remember. At that time, Jun Changshao caught Zhang San and locked him in the Sect's cage. He planned to interrogate him, but, he ran away. Until now, Gosheng still remembered the note that guy left before he left. It said that the upper universe is in an era of great change and needs people like Jun Patriarch to lead the charge. If fate allows it, we'll meet again in the future. They really met again. However, Jun Changshao was a little confused. A guy who was knocked unconscious on the spot by his left and right Alibaba was confronting the Sky Devil Emperor in the middle of a big explosion. Was this the legendary, change of times? Impossible. Jun Changshao rubbed his eyes and said to himself, how could it be him? However, when he looked over again and saw the completely ordinary black-robed man, he was finally sure that it was Zhang San. His mind was a little confused. He needed to calm down. Boom! Boom! At this moment, in the explosion area, the Sky Devil Emperor and Zhang San fought. Damn! Everyone's eyes widened. From their point of view, the two of them were standing motionless on the spot, but there were sudden explosions all around them, and the space around them was crumbling and collapsing. This is a battle of the minds of the Upper Tianji realm. Jian Guishu said. Jun Changshao's expression became solemn. He couldn't be sure whether the Sky Devil Emperor was a clone or the real body, but he was sure that Zhang San had hidden his cultivation before. Suddenly, Gosheng was enlightened. Since this person was so powerful, it seemed normal for him to escape from the cell. Unfortunately, he was too careless at that time and casually threw him into the cabin. If he had known, he would have thrown him into Tianyuan prison pagoda. Why was Jun Changshao so concerned about Zhang San? Because he once said that he knew her in the future, but not in the present. Combined with the deduction diagram left behind by Wuxia's family, it was too easy for people to suspect that this guy had transmigrated from the future. If there really was such a person, could the future that Yixingchen saw be related to him? No. He had to get to the bottom of this. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the battle of wills was still going on. The earth-shattering sound effects and earth-shattering special effects made the disciples of the sect of all times feel their scalps tingle. They deeply realized that they were still too weak. Heaven Destruction Divine Fist. Scarlet Sun Demonic Blade. 10,000 Poison Dragon Palm. Earth Lightning Strike. Various martial skills and divine abilities were displayed. The level of the battle continued to rise, and the scene became more and more magnificent. It's a clone. Jian Guishu observed for a while and confirmed, it's not my true body. Jun Changshao felt a little dizzy. The Celestial Devil Emperor's clone seemed to be even stronger than the one he had previously destroyed. Just how strong was the main body? Sigh. There was still a long way to go to save the world. Jun Patriarch, stop watching the show. At this moment, Zhang San's voice sounded in his ear, your disciple Yixingchen is being pursued by the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates. Please go and help him quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangwan Xinyao pointed at the star map and said happily, Patriarch, Senior Marshal Brother Yez Aura has appeared again. He's about 1,000 miles away from us. Hurry over. Jun Changshao was not in the mood to watch the battle. He was more concerned about Yi Xingqian's safety. Follow the tracks. Hoo. Eternal turned into a stream of light and disappeared. As for Zhang San, he was still fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar. He thought to himself, I'll leave the important task of changing the situation of the upper universe to you. If you still need our blessings, then. The Sky Devil Emperor's avatar punched him in the face and sent him flying. He lowered his head and stood on the spot. His hair was in a mess. Burn, Junior. Hoo. As soon as he said that, the 5 elements 8 trigrams pattern gradually appeared in the crumbling universe above him and rotated in a regular pattern. The Sky Devil Emperor asked in a deep voice, what's your relationship with Wei Buzi? No comment. Zhang San put his hands together and quickly formed a seal. Then, he slowly raised his head and grinned. Law suppression annihilation. Buzz. In an instant, the 8 trigrams pattern gathered in the sky and outlined the words Qian Kuan Sun Kansas. Then, it wrapped around the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar and pressed down on him. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sounded again, and the mushroom cloud was even more tragic than the previous one. Jun Changshao, who was following the tracks, heard it but was not in the mood to watch. Instead, he ordered Shengguan Xinyao and the others to change to the highest level of driving power and maximize the performance of Eternal. Xing space suddenly distorted and the warship disappeared into thin air. Absolute burn, absolute speed. Soon, light spots appeared on the star map, and there were at least thousands of them. When everyone turned their gazes to the window in front of them, they saw that in their field of vision, which seemed to be constantly magnified, hundreds and thousands of high-specification battleships had completely surrounded the group of people. Patriarch. Shengguan Xinyao said, it's Junior Brother Yi. Jun Changshao sat down and interlocked his fingers. He contacted Shui Rengui in the Eternal World through the sound transmission skill. War Cavalry Hall, move out. Yes. Formation Hall, move out. Yes. Devil Army, move out. Yes. Sect of all times, move out. Yes. The disciples' voices resounded throughout the Eternal World, which not only influenced the ordinary people, but also the major clans and forces. Thunder Rhombus clan requests to fight. Ice Phoenix clan requests to fight. Divine Strider clan requests to fight. Dragon clan requests to fight. Dragon clan requests to fight. Stone Statue clan requests to fight. Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao smiled when he heard the voices of the clans. He and Celestial Devil Emperor were like fire and water. Although their overall strength might not be able to compete with him. But he wanted to try and make sure how far the Eternal World was from them. Swish! Jun Changshao suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at the thousands of warships in the starry sky. He said in a crazy tone, everyone, fight! 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 His voice echoed in the Eternal World, making the warriors of all clans excited. My king! Please leave now. In the central area surrounded by thousands of warships, a senior member of the Night King Alliance begged. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. Although he had recovered his memory and become a real Night King, his strength had not recovered. Not to mention Celestial Devil Emperor, he had no hope of fighting Celestial Devil Emperor. I abandoned you. Yi Xingqian said, I won't abandon you this time. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a man with butterfly wings slowly appeared and said with a creepy smile, I'm so touched. Bang! Bang! After the man appeared, the screen showed King Duo La, one of Celestial Dragons. I need to make it clear that the names of the subordinates of Celestial Devil Emperor have been carefully considered. Please don't think it's a reference to anyone. King Duola looked like a human. His hairline was high, and there was a circle pattern on the left side of his forehead, which looked like the word at first glance. Yi Xingqian frowned. This strange man should be very strong. If you go against Celestial Devil Emperor, you will die without a burial place. King Duola raised 2 fingers. The butterfly wings on his back flashed and a bright light gathered at his fingertips. Seeing this, the members of the Night King Alliance stood in front of Yi Xingqian. You. Seeing his subordinates protecting him without fear of death, Yi Xingqian felt more guilty. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from afar, which cheered him up. In the past, Night Emperor once thought that Empress Ling Yao had gone to the upper realm first. When he went to take revenge on her, he should have been accompanied by the Patriarch, the higher-ups, and the disciples. What a pity. That scene did not happen. Empress Ling Yao had also been killed with ease. Never forget, there will be echoes. At this moment, the scene that Yi Xingqian once imagined appeared. Swoosh! He waved his hand to summon his school uniform and put it on. First, he stuck the badge with the word Eternal on his chest, then hung the badge with the word Unyielding on his waist. Only then did he raise his head proudly. The camera slowly moved up. Through the layers of warships, it could be seen clearly. Eternal was flying at high speed, and Jun Changshao was sitting at the bow with his legs crossed. Behind him, it was indescribable. Look at the picture below. Ship armor dog armor everyone. Chapter 1899. The members of the Night King Alliance who were protecting Starry Night also realized this. When they instinctively looked back, their eyes widened. In the starry sky outside the encirclement, giant star battleships were leading the way, with Diablo gods in the middle, and well-equipped cultivators of various shapes and sizes trailing behind. Especially, Eternal ship merged with it. Jun Changshao sat proudly at the bow, looking like the highest commander of an army. The scene was absolutely shocking. This is, Zhongli Zian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At first glance, the incoming battleships were no different from Sky Demon Emperor's battleships, making her think that the other party had sent reinforcements. But upon closer inspection, she found that they had been modified to different degrees, and the word Eternal was neatly engraved on them. Sect of all times? One of the upper echelons asked. That's right, it's the Sect of all times. Yi Xingqian paused and said, this king's sect, this king's backing. After that, he carried the modified sound system on his shoulder and proudly pressed the play button. Rebuking the wind and clouds, I charge as I wish, everyone looks up to me. Rebuking the wind and clouds, I don't need to look back. Turning the sky and earth upside down, I will write my own law. This ferocious wolf with shining eyes. The blood-boiling music resounded throughout the universe, causing the Night King Alliance members to almost jump up. The music passed through the layers of space and blended into the battleships and mechas, entering the ears of the accompanying disciples. For a moment, everyone laughed. Shua! Jun Changshao stood up and pointed at Sky Demon Emperor's battleship. His veins popped out as he roared, fuck them. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. As soon as he said that, the hundreds of battleships leading the way opened their doors. Large caliber cannons extended out, and after some simple calibration, they began to gather bright light. Most of these battleships were taken from Sky Demon Emperor. Although there were many offensive cannons, the number was very limited. Now that they were all covered in them, they looked like hedgehogs. Naturally, that's right. The Taishian elder said, I modified it. The Diablo controlled by the disciples' soul was also equipped with cannons. At this moment, they had already spread out densely. Their arms, chests, legs, and even their heads had all kinds of attack devices. That's right. Fan Yezi said, I changed it. Hundreds of battleships and tens of thousands of mechas entered combat mode. The background music of superstars in troubled times continued to resound throughout the universe, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Fire. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The muzzles of the cannons flickered with dazzling light as the dazzling cannonballs rained down on the warships that surrounded Yixingchen and the others. Cruel and merciless. Rich and willful. Why did he say that? This was because the streamer cannonballs were all condensed from high-grade spirit stones. They didn't care about the cost or the consequences. Although there was a scene, the budget also increased instantly. It was no exaggeration to say that this round of bombardment by the Sect of all times battleships and mechs was equivalent to using up all the martial arts resources in the upper realm. Remember, it was only the first round. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that it would not stop at all. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The first wave of streamer cannonballs was still some distance away from the target, but the second and third waves had already caught up. With this scale of bombardment, without caring about the cost, it was not wrong to say that they were rich and willful. For the sake of their disciples. Jun Changshao was happy to do so. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The densely packed streamer cannonballs quickly hit their targets. The strong impact and domineering power instantly tore through the surface defense layer, causing the warships to shatter into nothingness on the spot and spew out scorching flames. The scene was as follows. Fire ship fire 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 ship fire fire ship fire ship fire fire, despicable fellow. The king of Duola's eyes flashed with anger, then moved his finger away from Yixingchen's position and locked onto the ancient fleet that was firing cannonballs in the distance. Whoosh, black light spewed out and pierced through the void. Boom. Just as it was about to hit a warship, the black light suddenly exploded halfway. Whoosh whoosh. In the area where the energy roared and exploded, Jun Changshao walked out step by step with a gleaming sword in his hand and smiled evilly. Your opponent is me. Ha. The king of Duola narrowed his eyes and saw the other party's weapon. He was shocked. How do you have the Xianyuan divine sword? Whoosh, before he finished speaking, Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in front of him. The Xianyuan divine sword cut through the void, condensing the celestial sword qi and slashing at him. Because I am handsome. Boom. After all, the king of Duola was stronger than the king of Gallo. He raised his arm as fast as he could and firmly blocked the Xianyuan divine sword. The skin that came in contact with the sword had hardened and turned dark. Armament hockey. Jun Changshao was surprised. Boom, the king of Duola clenched his fist, and a sudden burst of power burst out from his blackened skin, instantly bouncing Jun Changshao away with his sword. Ha ha ha. The king of Duola stood in place, covered his face and laughed strangely. Boy, although you have the sharp Xianyuan divine sword, you can't shake me at all. You must want to ask why. I will tell you, I have formed the black gold body. Pa! His hands clenched, and his face and arms quickly turned black. He looked like a piece of coal, completely black and with a black personality. Jun Changshao was speechless. This kind of self-answering speech was tailor-made for villains die from talking too much. He raised the Xianyuan divine sword and poured the celestial sword will into it. He smiled and said, I want to see how hard your black gold body is. Boom. 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 The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the universe. This kind of battle was close to the upper-class Tianji, and the level was a bit too high. The reader's martial arts couldn't keep up, so it was difficult for them to witness it. So, the director turned the camera to the big scene of cannonballs bombarding below. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Any celestial demon king's battleship that was targeted by the cannonballs ended up in a sea of fire. Of course, Jun Changshao's wealth wasn't infinite, and the Celestial Demon King's battleships had too many. This kind of firepower could only be used as a show of strength, but it was difficult to completely destroy them. So, tens of thousands of mechas withdrew their turrets and took out their weapons to attack. It was time to fight with the bayonet. The determination to break the enemy's line, only death awaits. Kill! Zhong Yi shouted. Kill! Kill! With Diablo at the front, the members of the vanguard group followed closely behind. They didn't have many people, but they were well equipped and had good cultivation. In particular, their momentum was like thunder, and they instantly set the pace of the battle. Kill, kill. The forces formed by the major clans also surged forward. Swish. Swish. Mechas and disciples swarmed forward like waves. At that moment, the pride on Yi Xingqian's face was even more intense. At the most dangerous time, a group of fearless fellow disciples came to help. That kind of feeling was really exciting and tearful. Buzz. The space rippled, and the sky halberd appeared. Yi Xingqian grabbed it with one hand and stood in front of him. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the word attack appeared on his forehead. He shouted like thunder, fight! Buzz! Buzz! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, He Wudi, and the others also activated the word special effect. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Just like what Zhang San said. If you still need our blessings, then, burn, juniors. The situation of the upper universe era will be created by you from today onwards. Chapter 1900. Boom. Boom. One by one, Diablo flew through the starry sky. Not only were their weapons forged by Fan Yezi, but they were also infused with energy. Therefore, the enemy battleships exploded under their combined attacks. In a short period of time, dozens of battleships had been destroyed. At this rate, thousands of battleships were not enough for them to destroy. Of course, the Sky Devil Emperor's side was not to be trifled with, nor would they stretch out their heads for others to kill. They recovered from the momentary panic in time, and then saw the battleships open their cabins one after another, and fully armed Sky Devil soldiers poured out. Their strength was lacking. They were not affected by the space compression, because they were wearing defensive treasures. It was just that, there were really a lot of them. Everyone must know that high-level battleships could accommodate many creatures. On the Sky Devil Emperor's side, there were hundreds of thousands of people hidden in each battleship. When they emerged and lined up neatly, the scene was even more shocking than that of the Sect of all times. We're in trouble. Yi Xingqian, who was originally quite excited, immediately frowned when he saw the enemy's large formation. At the same time, he began to consider whether he should strategically retreat. The Night King was no longer the cold-blooded and heartless Night King. When there was a great disparity between the enemy and himself, he was more willing to admit defeat openly, rather than let his fellow sect members and subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Xingqian wanted to retreat. But, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not want to retreat. Even more, when they saw more and more Sky Devil soldiers appear, the excitement in their eyes grew stronger. Su Xiaoma raised his head and let out a strange cry, then licked his lips with his tongue and said, "My blood is completely burning." Sky Devil Emperor raised wolves. Jun Changxiao raised dogs. Don't misunderstand, it was not to humiliate the disciples of the Sect of all times, but Big Mouth Su's strange cry was too much like a dog's bark. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Did they not realize that the enemy had too many troops? Junior brother Yi. At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was like a heavy tank, flew over, holding the flowing light shield in front of him, and said, "With us here, no one can hurt you." Touched, he wanted to cry. Yi Xingqian's current mood. Don't waste time, let's retreat. Yi Xingqian had just opened his mouth when he suddenly widened his eyes. This was because Xiao Ziji, who was in front of him, had raised his RPG launcher. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such firearms before, so why was Night Emperor making such a fuss? This was because Xiao Ziji had lifted the rocket launcher and placed his hand on it. It released a brilliant light and slowly fused into the rocket launcher. "What are you?" Boom Yi Xingqian was just about to ask when the cannonball flew out of the cannon. The sound was so loud that it broke his eardrums and shook his mind. At the same time, his facial expression gradually stiffened and he was dumbstruck. The upper echelons of Night King Alliance were all stunned. In his field of vision, the cannonball that seemed to have passed through the void and reached its destination instantly exploded in the enemy crowd. First, it flashed with a dazzling luster, and then it blasted a huge hole of about 10,000 feet in the universe there. Battleships and soldiers. At that moment, they were all gone. This. Yi Xingqian held his head. He had seen a lot of rocket launchers with large area of damage in the lower realm before, but they were still in the lower realm. Now that he was in the upper realm of the universe, it could produce such great power. Could it be that it was a different model? No. It was even bought in the lower realm. Such power came from the power of the heavenly sound. This attribute from the land of eternal life could be used as energy to drive martial arts, and it could also be used as energy for some special devices. For example, boom. Boom. In the distant starry sky, a mecha several times larger than Diablo gathered weapons covered in the power of heavenly sound and rushed into the enemy crowd like a god of death. That's right. Dawn Sky, Demon Slayer. The operator, the chief mecha pilot of the Sect of all times, Jing Jiu. Whoosh. 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 The Dawn Sky rushed into the crowd and slashed down with its blade. A large number of Sky Demon soldiers were killed on the spot. The scene was very satisfying. Yi Xingqian turned his head with difficulty and looked at his fellow Sect members who had rushed into the battlefield. He saw them gathering attributes that he had never seen before and killing the enemy in a domineering manner. His expression became more and more interesting. Calculating the time. It had only been a year since he went out to look for medicine to prevent miscarriage. But why did it feel like times have changed when he met his fellow Sect members again? That's right. Sir, times have really changed. Although only a short 300 days had passed, the Sect of all times had been completely reborn and had mastered the use of the power of heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the path to eternal life, but they could already listen to the heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the secrets of heaven, but they had already mastered the power of the land of eternal life. Let me ask you. How are we going to play? Get out of the way. Just as the disciples of the Sect of all times were killing the enemy, Jin Dejuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, everyone made way. Jin Dejuan, who was on Eternal, turned the roulette in his hand. His expression gradually became ferocious. Ka ka ka. The upper cabin slowly opened, and a super-large cannon protruded out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Seeing this, the disciples of the other warships rushed into an independent cabin and placed their hands on the array lines. Buzz buzz! The warships were filled with the power of heavenly sound and connected to each other. Finally, all of them rushed to Eternal and gathered on the super-large cannon. Beep beep beep. A sound came from the cockpit. Elder Zhen, Shangguan Xinyao said, Aeon Fortress, energy storage complete. Jin Dejuan quickly walked to a position near the window and placed one hand on the red button. His expression and body movements were extremely crazy as he shouted, Art comes from the explosion. Pa! He pressed it without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the area where a large number of enemy soldiers and warships gathered was dyed as bright as day. Energy ripples surged in all directions like stormy waves. Elder Zhen, you're using Aeon Fortress so quickly. Jun Changshao held the Shenyuan Divine Sword in one hand and the head of King Duo La in the other. Seeing the dazzling light rising, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The head? The second of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragons is dead. What else could it be? You're only halfway through a chapter and you're saying it's useless. You might as well take advantage of the fact that your realm isn't high enough and you can't personally watch it. At least you can save money for the manga team. In fact, when Jun Changshao obtained the Shenyuan Divine Sword and signed a life contract with Shi Jingxian, these capable subordinates of the Sky Devil Emperor were already sentenced to death. Not to mention that he had just grasped the power of heavenly sound. The scene turned to the explosion area. That part of the starry sky was bombed into a terrible state. The holes that were dented were hundreds of times larger than the ones from the rocket launchers. The millions of soldiers and hundreds of warships that were originally there were all gone. At this time, someone would ask. With such great power, the disciples of the sect of all times were fine. They were fine. They were very safe. Even the dawn sky, which was the closest to the explosion area, was unharmed after experiencing the shockwaves. This was another use of heavenly sound. It was absolutely fair and impartial, and it would never accidentally injure teammates. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.